That's one of the Jazz Dog songs that I like a lot. Hi, everybody. How's it going today? Oh my gosh. 17 people in here before I've even started the stream. Good gracious. Hello, hello. I am having a bit of a day, having a little bit of a time. The YouTube embed UI appears to have been updated. Ooh, that's nice. I haven't checked that out on the website in a little bit. I have to look at that later. Hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah, Jazz Dog. I can hear you a little. Well, I hope so, because it's showing me that everybody can hear me at like basically the normal volume, even if it is a little bit quieter. I still haven't been able to figure that out, where like sometimes it's slightly louder and sometimes it's slightly quieter. The microphone is literally like that far from my face. So we're doing what we can. Hi, everybody. It's midweek. How is everybody? We got Ben and Nikki in the YouTube chat, and then in the website chat, which is bumping today, we have Drea and Shakespeare and Psychoplebeian and Cursed Chaos and Zapation. And there's Viren and Mabs, Noah. What's this music? Are we fighting a Mega Man boss? I do like that you all feel that Jazz Dog's music, well, particularly this album, I purchased like one of his albums because it has like 16 songs on it, which is plenty to choose from when we're doing stream. And it does have like a, video game kind of vibe to it. And maybe even specifically, yeah, like a Mega Man kind of vibe. Why are you like this all the time? There we go. It's a little bit better. So hi. I like the stream thumbnail. Yeah. I was like, I'm going to give this a little bit of mommy energy. Can you fucking, what are you doing? Can you stop? It's like I have this one piece of hair. It's acting like crazy. Anyway, curly hair. It's a little bit unpredictable. What was I saying? La 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 la. Oh yeah, I was like, mommy energy. A little bit of like, because the title is me telling you to do something, relax and drink some frickin' water. So a little bit of like I'm telling you what to do energy, which some people need sometimes. You need to be dommed into doing the basic things that you need to do. I'm hungry, did not get a chance to eat first. Guessing this means lots of food talk today. Well, for me at least, I am full. I just ate. So I don't have any like I'm hungry and therefore I'm going to talk about whatever. But food is a passion of mine. I don't just talk about food when I'm hungry. I talk about food when I'm feeling passionate about cooking or something. And I think I already mentioned this before, but I did make fried chicken within the past week and I burned the shit out of my hand. So Sapphic Hazard in the YouTube chat is struggling. Sorry. The mommy energy. Does tea count as water? It is mostly water. It's true. If the tea has enough caffeine that it's causing a diuretic effect, then it can have a detrimental impact on your total blood volume and therefore hydration. But I mean, yeah, I drink tea, even though I don't like to drink caffeine very much. So yeah. But anyway, it's been kind of a weird week. I think I may have really overdone it on Sunday. I think I may have really pushed myself a little hard because yesterday was a huge crash day for me. I could barely function, and I do not know what happened specifically. It's like I'm worried that what happened is I overdid it on Sunday and then it didn't hit me like a truck until Tuesday, which means it's post-exertional malaise. And I'm kind of scared about the prospect that I might be putting myself in like crash patterns that could develop into something like much more seriously debilitating. So, I'm just trying to maintain a level of calm, I learned to channel my queer mom energy and have been collecting twinks ever since. Nice. The wet hair reminds me of Nathan Fillion. Okay, give me 1 second. I will open that momentarily. Yes. Gotten some reskeets on Blue Sky. Thank you. I'm gonna turn the volume on this off. So what is this? We're looking at something about Nathan Fillion. Why is Nathan Fillion? Wait. So far, no Nathan Fillion. What are we doing? Where is this supposed to be like a young Nathan Fillion or what's going? No? Okay, anyway. No idea what that was about. Firefly era Fillion for sure. Sure, yeah. I don't hate it. Oh, there he is, finally, at the very end. We have Nathan Fillion. Here we go. That would be so uncomfortable, being in the water in a suit. You know, I just recently learned about, like, there is a different rate of pay that you have to give, actors when they are wet. It's called like a wet rate, where if the actors are doing a scene, then like you have to pay them more if they're going to be like dripping wet. Which might be why there are some scenes where it's like, well, why that actor was supposed to have just gotten out of the water. Why are they totally dry? Like, well, because it would cost more to employ them if they were, you know, actually dripping wet. Mama Mephistopheles, hello! I haven't seen you here a lot, Mama, because you're busy lately, but I was going through my jewelry recently, and I grabbed this necklace you made for me, which doesn't really fit me, which is fine. But I was like, okay, since this doesn't fit me and I don't really have a good thing, I don't have a good thing to do with it, I'm just going to put it in my set. So now it's in my set. You probably can't see it super well because of the camera that I have, which misses some detail, but look. Whoa, I'm knocking stuff over. But this is it's the little Mephistopheles thing you made for me. Everyone is sexier coming out of the water, and in the end, they all team up, and they come out as Nathan Fillion. Okay, that's what that video is about. Got it. Katie points out that herbal teas, especially the ones without caffeine, can hydrate better than water alone. Something that a lot of people could benefit from is adding a pinch of sea salt to their water. Hello. Yes, that is a great idea. So that I did that this morning. This morning I had my lavender chai. That's what I decided to go with. It's just a herbal tea, just lavender and other like stuff in there. And it was good. It was hydrating. It didn't cause me to have any of the normal caffeine things. It is a very cool necklace. Yes, it is nasty. You know, it's not every day that you get a handmade necklace from one of your viewers, but I don't have a PO box anymore, so you can't send me anything now. Sorry. Emily says, I came here to say, but what if keeping my shoulders tensed and being dehydrated is the answer? I'm going to keep trying it just in case. That's funny. I like that. I've definitely been 31 people, 16 likes. Hit the like button even if you don't want to hang out. Today, I can't stress myself out right now. So I'm here to relax. I'm here to chill. I'm here to just bring vibes. So if you want to stay for vibes, then hit the like button. And if you don't want vibes and you want to leave, then hit the like button before you leave. And somebody else who does want chill vibes can come hang out. Big brain. The only time I've ever willingly jumped in the water with clothes on was while learning how to turn pants into a life vest and how to remove tied shoes underwater. Ooh, those are good. Those are good. Good skills to have. Yes. One of my favorite shirts reads, "Calm is my superpower. It is misdirection." Yeah, like I'm for sure trying to figure out what my problem is. I really hope that I'm not in the early stages of developing MECFS, but the way that I felt yesterday was like, it was so different than how I usually feel. when I'm really like when my chronic illness is chronic illnessing. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of like basically the same stuff and then like being surprised when I don't feel better. Some of those things being, I'm trying to be much more deliberate about how much time I spend on social media, or I'm trying to be more deliberate about how much time I'm even on my computer or how much time I'm sitting down. And I think that I am just stuck in that, dopamine seeking pattern. MECFS. Yeah. I don't remember how the first, it's like myoencephalitis or something, chronic fatigue syndrome. So, um, are you turning into AI? No, I hope not. I don't think so. But yeah, I've just been really, really tired and having a really difficult time in general. And I'm applying for this job and I haven't heard anything back. And I'm stressed every day about money because I don't make very much money. And then I like somehow owe like a third of my total income on taxes at the end of the year. And yeah, so I'm like basically like stressed all the time, which I'm sure y'all can relate to. And then I go online and there's a bunch of bullshit constantly. And it's just not working. It's just not working. Do you play Deltarune? No, I played Undertale for my YouTube channel. When I had a gaming channel, I don't anymore. But when I had a gaming channel, I would play various like indie games, and I did do a technically a neutral run of of the original Undertale, and I just wasn't super interested in playing Deltarune. I have been lately playing lots of Stardew Valley. I married my girl Abigail, but I'm still boyfriends and girlfriends with everybody else in town, which is interesting. Just like having gotten married and still have other characters be like, "Did you know that it's our anniversary?" And it's like, "Oh, okay, that's sweet," and a little weird. Just because you're not like I'm not accustomed to polyamory representation, and I don't identify as poly. It's just something I was doing fun in the game. New chapter dropped today. Oh, new Deltarune chapter. Okay. I think this is by design. We are supposed to be tired and stressed, so we can't fight back. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I will say in context that I have like a complex dysautonomic condition, I think. And so I'm kind of like my body is stuck in a sympathetic response a lot of the time. And I'm realizing this as like, my shoulders are climbing up toward my ears, and like I didn't even realize this until I was reading about it today. Apparently, shallow breathing is also associated with a fight or flight response, which obviously, if I was like hyperventilating, that would make sense. Uh, but I guess I was always under the impression that it was just like breathing in activates the sympathetic nervous system and breathing out activates the parasympathetic nervous system. And yeah, I just realized like, yeah, I do breathe pretty shallow all the time. And I'm grinding my teeth all the time, and my neck is all tense all the time. And this has me like locked in sympathetic response. So then if I have like a if I have a spike of other symptoms, like I had a lot of pain yesterday, I have this spot to the left of my spine that gets really painful sometimes. And even like trying to put the massage gun on it kind of didn't help. So I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? And then I didn't sleep last night. Dude, okay, so here's a fun. I want to know if anybody else has ever had this. So I guess a brief explainer first. When you sleep, there are different phases of sleep or stages of sleep. So there's like 4 stages of sleep. The first stage of sleep, if you have a bunch of people in a sleep study and you have them all wired up to like little sticky things on their heads to keep track of what's going on in their brains, if you go around and wake everyone, or if you wake anyone while they're in stage 1 sleep, i.e., their brain wave pattern has changed and they are asleep. They are asleep. If you go stir that person, if you go wake that person, they will say they were still awake and they were just thinking. They were like, oh, my mind was just wandering. I was still awake. But that is like, it really throws a wrench in this idea that like there is kind of a binary between being asleep and being awake. And I spent a huge portion of last night in stage 1 sleep. I would be like, I'm aware and my partner is moving and I can hear stuff outside and whatever. And then I would be like, oh yeah, and like I have to get Briar to the appointment. And then I was like, who is Briar? Like, and then I realized, oh, I'm asleep. Like my brain is soup because I am still asleep right now. I'm just in stage 1. So it's kind of, I've always been really interested by lucid dreaming, but also like it kind of freaks me out a little bit. Like the idea of being conscious while you're supposed to be unconscious, or like the idea of being aware while you're supposed to be unconscious. But it is kind of interesting that I can feel when I fall asleep and that I can kind of arrange my thoughts a little bit, but also be like, I'm asleep and like I'm aware of that. So you can do this in stage 1 sleep and in, I can't remember which phase of sleep it is where you're dreaming. I think it's stage 3 when you dream. That's my secret, Cap. My brain is always soup. Fucking true. Mama says if you want some good news, Texas's legislative session ended Monday, so any bill that hadn't passed both houses has died. We were able to show a lot of public support for LGBTQ people and reproductive care and racial equality, and had big shows of opposition for bad bills to scare purple district Republicans. And a lot of bad stuff they wanted to put through had to be dropped because we pushed them up against the clock. That is excellent. I'm really proud of the work that you do. I know that it's like a fairly recent position that you've started at that nonprofit you work at, but like, if there's anything I can do in this world, I feel like being a catalyst to push other people into doing things, and I'm not taking credit for it. I just am saying, like, if we're in a community where we can support each other in becoming more active in our local politics and our local communities, and then like that behavior results in actual tangible change, and that is like, I think that's something that we should all be trying to do, you know? Let's try to push each other to have success. And sorry, I had to fix my legs. So it's very cool that you're doing that work. I think I mentioned recently, I can't remember if I mentioned it on stream or if it was just in like the video that I posted, but I did consider for a bit, like, should I work for, because I want to work for someone. I don't know, I'm starting to feel a little bit better about being an independent creator, but I have been feeling this kind of drive toward, I want to work with a team. I want to work for someone. Like, I think that that might be a little bit better for me, but like, you know, where do I want to work for an LGBTQ nonprofit? Do I want to work for a environmental nonprofit or whatever? And I just don't think that I can do LGBT stuff. You know, like, I would need it to be maybe unrelated to that, especially if I'm going to keep making videos about trans issues. Last night it was warmer inside, so I didn't fall asleep until like 1:30 a.m. Oh, I'm so sorry, Viren. It's supposed to get up in the 90s this weekend in the Willamette Valley, and I don't know. It's so weird. And then it's supposed to drop back down into the 70s, and it's like, I don't know. At least it's consistent in Kansas, you know? At least it's like 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90. So, I was considering making plans this weekend, but I'm not going fucking anywhere. My actual employment is for a nonprofit serving homeless veterans. My legislative activism and work with pro-LGBTQ orgs is just volunteering. That's cool. So at least like, I feel like you're getting a mixture of experience there, or like that working for one nonprofit kind of opens you up to networking possibilities and makes you aware of other events going on so that you can then go and do volunteer work. Wow, Nikki says I sleepwalk. I'll end up in the kitchen sometimes. A couple of nights ago, I left sliced mushrooms on the counter and a packet of unopened cat food. That's fun. The humidity down in Texas is so bad, we're basically swimming outside. Ugh. Ugh. It's so weird that this area is closer to sea level, and there's way more trees and stuff, but it's less humid here than it was in Kansas. I don't know. People do the opposite of what I say. Noah, that's so funny. People do the opposite of what I say so much that I have thought about campaigning for the other side just to turn people away. No joke. Oh no. That is fun. Oh, that's interesting. Stage 1 sleep nonsense can be very wild. Your brain will make up whole new memories sometimes. Yeah, I wonder if that's kind of what um if that's kind of what hypnosis is about, is like bringing you into phase 1 sleep and then making you suggestible. I don't know. Katie says, I have a habit of getting trapped in the dream phase of sleep and being conscious that I am asleep. Worst gift from the lightning. From the way I know sleep phases, phase 1, dozing, phase 2, dreaming, phase 3, REM. People have different cycles back and forth between REM and dreams, but the average is like 90 minutes REM, 30 minutes of dreams, then back to REM till you are rested. I read a whole book about sleep when I was a teenager, so maybe there's more research on it now. I learned so many amazing things. Like, there's a particular nerve in the brain, for cats at least, that if you like snip that nerve, the cat will just stay asleep permanently. Which obviously, like, there are ethical questions regarding like experimenting on animals, but basically, like, apparently being asleep is kind of like a default state in some ways. And then, like, if you disconnect the thing that makes you wake up, you will just stay asleep, just like forever, essentially, which is crazy. But yeah, and I learned about, that's where I learned about, like, if you wake people up during phase 1 sleep, they are not aware that they're asleep. They just think their mind is still wandering. We tend to do this a lot where we have a spike or two at the junction between spring and summer. Okay, so it just gets hot randomly. Guys, there's a Renaissance festival up here. And I'm gonna go, and I'm very excited. Not this weekend, because it's gonna be crazy hella hot, but I haven't been to any Renaissance festival other than my home Renaissance festival in a really long time. I am a Kansas City Renaissance Festival veteran. I've been out there almost every year of my life. It is the thing, it's the one thing that my partner and I plan to return to Kansas for. And we probably are going to do that like every year. It's like, we're going to go probably to opening weekend, KCRF. And that's going to be our like way of celebrating our anniversary, which is really, it's our anniversary is at the end of KCRF, but we're going to go at the beginning to see our friends and everything. And when I was a kid, my mom actually met my younger brother's dad through the Renaissance Festival, and we traveled around for like, I think 1 year. So I technically have traveled with the Ren Fair, although I was basically a baby at the time. I mean, I remember it, but I was basically a baby at the time. Yeah, and so basically the last time I went to any Ren Fair that wasn't KCRF was when I was probably 3 or 4 years old. So here we go. We're going to go to the Oregon Renaissance Festival. Yeah, I think it's the one in Canby. There's like 3 different ones in Oregon. Like there's a whole, like the Kansas City Renaissance Festival is large. It's a permanent installation. They have other events there throughout the year, but they're always like Ren Fair oriented events. You know, it's like a dedicated, these buildings are here all year kind of thing. Other Ren Fairs, especially the ones around here, it seems like it's basically just, it pops up for a weekend or two and then it goes away. And people put up like those little gazebos. I don't know what those are called. Is there a better word for that? You know, the tent? It's like a tent, but it's like, it has the 4 posts and it's tall. And then there's like the tent part is mostly up here. And I think I think of it as like a gazebo. But yeah, so it does bum me out a little bit that I'm pretty sure the Ren fairs around here are not like permanent installations with the cool buildings and stuff, but it'll still be vibes, like good vibes, getting to go, you know, dress in my druid outfit and run around. I don't even know if I have enough money to buy anything. The tickets are expensive. I haven't bought tickets to a Ren fair in a long time because I'm always working Ren fair, so I just show up, you know, at fucking 8 in the morning and I'm like, let me in, Ethan. Like I'm going in the back gate, let me in. And I think even if we just go to Ren Fair this year and we just show up hella early, they're just gonna let us in, you know? It's gonna be great. Check out the Enchanted Forest theme park. Oh, I haven't heard of that before. Enchanted Forest theme park. Is that a thing in Oregon? Let me look. Awning. Awning to me implies a permanent structure, whereas I'm referring to like a pop-up, like a thing that you erect temporarily and then you take it back down. Would that be an awning? Ren Fair sounds like a lot of fun. Never been to one myself, but working on learning how to sew so I can make outfits for such things. To be real, you don't have to dress up to go to a Ren Fair. I have worked there, so I always dress up. And I'm going to dress up this time because that's what I do now. Oh, okay, there is an Enchanted Forest theme park. Oh, that's cool. Seasonal theme park located in Turner, Oregon. Oh, I might look at that. It's definitely not the same as a Renaissance Festival, but it could be fun anyway. Enchanted Forest Depth is, I mean, this is showing that it's in Oregon. Maybe there's more than one. But yeah, that's very cool. I like that. Fairy tale themed theme park. True. False. You do have to dress up for Ren Fair or I will flog you. Don't threaten me with a good time, okay? Oh, damn. That sounds really stressful, kitty. Meowdy. Hi, gay fish. All I know is that Ren Fair people are some of the most insane builders of temporary stuff I have ever witnessed, and then next week gone away, not a trace. I'm curious, yeah. So like the Oregon Renaissance Festival that I'm going to is the biggest, I think the biggest Ren Fair in Oregon, and it's only 4 weeks. I think it used to only be 3, so this year it's 4 weeks, and I'm curious to see if there are going to be any, you know, temporary pop-up buildings that, like, I've seen people do this with their trailers. Like, people will build a pole behind basically a building that is just, like, on a trailer. I'm like, that's pretty cool. The floggings shall continue until morale improves. True. Hi, Tima. Hello. I used to go and camp regularly, but Vegas's has issues. Yeah, so my partner is going to be buying a vehicle soon, and he wants to buy like a van that is big enough that he could basically make the back of it into a functional camping thing. Not like a full-blown, there's a bathroom and there's a kitchen and all this, but basically just making it comfortable enough to where we could like put a mattress in there for if we are going to travel. so that then, yeah, if we go to Kansas City for any reason, if we go back to Kansas, then we can just go and then stay in the van, and we don't have to sleep at an Airbnb. We don't have to have a hotel. We don't have to inconvenience any of our friends or family members. We can just go sleep in the van. And so that is, it's really exciting to me because I'm really enthusiastic about outdoorsmanship, and there's so many beautiful places that I want to go visit that I don't necessarily just want to go for a day trip. Or, if I want to go somewhere far away in Oregon or California, or sorry, in Washington is what I meant to say. But, there's stuff that's far away here in Oregon too. But if I want to go somewhere further away, I don't necessarily want to like drive 8 hours there and then try to drive 8 hours back, or like 8 hours there and then stay in a hotel. Excuse me. Airbnbs are insane these days. Yeah, I saw some conversation recently, about Airbnb and how it was basically like a bait and switch, where someone was going, oh, why do people think that Airbnbs are cheaper than hotels? Or why do people think that Airbnbs are supposed to be cheaper than hotels? And this is one of those moments where you realize, oh, there's a bunch of young people around who just recently became adults and have no idea about anything that happened before they became adults. Yes, Airbnb did used to be cheaper than a hotel. And the reason is that the tech industry funneled a bunch of money into it. And basically they were like, it's okay for us to take a loss right now, because later, once we've created a market that is like, people are hooked on this service and people have invested in it. Like, there are people who own apartments for the purposes of renting them as Airbnbs, and they make a shit ton of money doing that. So, cause people to become dependent on that and then start jacking the prices. So they took losses on it for the first couple years with Airbnb and with other stuff. I can't remember exactly what else was being discussed. But yeah, so Airbnbs are crazy expensive, and I see all kinds of horror stories all the time about how people are like being charged for ridiculous things, and they're having to take a video of themselves putting the key back in the place where it's supposed to go so that they don't get charged erroneously for an additional key. And I follow this comedian, a trans comedian named Kai, on Blue Sky, and he was talking about how he recently stayed at an Airbnb, and like there were multiple other guests at the same time. So he was just renting one room, but the room didn't have a functional lock on it. It was like a lock that only worked from the outside. So he was like, I'm not comfortable staying in a room that locks from the outside. And yeah, it was just, they ended up basically trying to charge him or like accuse him of breaking stuff on the premises because it was a shitty lock that is like would not work to secure his belongings and was installed incorrectly and stuff. I would love it if Europe banned Airbnbs. They are really hiking up rent prices here. Yeah. So Oregon recently, I think that we're in the process of passing a law that would basically increase taxes slightly in the hospitality industry specifically, so that, and that tax is going to go toward public parks and, the park service and public environmental causes. And I'm really curious how that intersects with Airbnb. Like, does that mean that, and by hospitality, I mean like hotels. So if people are coming here from out of state, that's the idea, is that people who come in from out of state will, they'll stay at a hotel and they'll get a little bit of an extra tax put on there. And that will contribute toward Oregon's beautiful forest. Like, okay, if you're coming here because you want to see our beautiful landscapes, you love the trails, you love the biodiversity, well, then you're going to pay a slight tax on the hospitality. And I don't know if Airbnbs would be subject to that. So I think that with that passing, like that tax being added, we would have like a vested interest in getting rid of Airbnb or heavily restricting it here. Yeah, dude, it's $500 to open the bathroom door. True. Airbnb and Ubers worked that same way, undercutting the competition and running at a loss before switching it up when they have market control, messing up all the other local systems without supplying the same quality or assurances that older, more regulated models had. To be fair, I do think that the taxi industry was suffering before. Like, I remember thinking about, why isn't this a more robust service? I don't know. I live in Kansas, so it's not the same as living somewhere where people are regularly taking taxis instead of driving themselves, but I don't know. Nikki says, I would love to go to a Ren fair. I'm not sure we have them in the UK. A friend has started a stall that he takes to Viking fairs. Ooh, that's fun. I think that Renaissance festivals are a very American thing. And I know a little bit about the origin of Renaissance festivals, which is actually a really fun topic. And I'm going to take a drink of water and then I'll tell you about it. Great article from the Smithsonian Mag that I believe I have read before. Yeah, this is back in 2023. The taxi industry in Europe was suffering because public transport became more available, and in that case, I think the suffering is kind of fine. They asked way too high prices, but they had good assurances, and now Uber asks the same prices but doesn't offer any quality. Yeah, and you have to pay for your own vehicle maintenance. Like, there's no insurance. Like, yeah, it's pretty crazy. We have a travel tax here in our town in Oregon that pays for almost everything. Most of that comes from RV spots and hotels. I am pretty sure that Airbnb inside of our town is a bit more expensive than just outside of town because of that tax. Hell yeah, good. Awesome. Hello, Richard. Welcome into the YouTube chat. Hi, everybody. So, the origins of the Renaissance Festival and why you might not have them over in the UK. Basically, the Renaissance Festival, they started in the 1960s in California because there was this woman whose name I cannot remember. Okay, so her name is Phyllis Patterson. She was a history, English, speech, and drama teacher. And so this was back during the Red Scare, where genuinely there was like a lot of concern about communism and anti-American sentiment and all this crap. So yeah, like 1963 is when the first, and it was called the Renaissance Pleasure Fair. You don't really see Pleasure Fair too much anymore. But she was being required to sign a political loyalty oath in order to work in the California public school system. Like, this was a requirement that they were making of teachers, like public teachers, to take a political loyalty oath. And she did not want to do that. She did tell the press at the time that she left teaching to become a stay-at-home mom, but her son says that was only part of the story, adding that she felt strongly about the harms and unconstitutionality of the HUAC, which is the House Un-American Activities Committee, as well as McCarthyism overall, and she was therefore uncomfortable taking a loyalty oath. But so this started basically by a woman who had political beliefs that would cause her to balk at a loyalty thing, which, like, I think anyone would have reasonable concerns about not wanting to sign a political loyalty oath. But basically, it's like explicitly about left-leaning creatives in Hollywood. Some of these actors, so okay. Think about a Renaissance Festival now. What do you know about Renaissance festivals now? If you haven't been there before, I will tell you what it's like. It's outdoors. There are vendors generally create their own product. I know that there are a lot of complaints in the modern era about like why are there all of these like crappy 3D printed products at a Renaissance festival, and completely agree with you on that. Sometimes I think if you're going to have 3D printed stuff, it's fine, but like I mostly think that that's just crap. And I prefer when people are like fabricating their own content, their own product. So, leather workers, blacksmiths, people who make their own perfume, people who make their own stuffed animals or like glass art and jewelry and all kinds of stuff. So a big component of being at the Renaissance Festival is that a bunch of people who make beautiful handmade art can sell that. And the other major thing is that there are actors. Like, obviously, if you just go to the Ren Fair and it's just a bunch of places to shop, well, you might as well go to the fucking mall, But there are also all these actors. I'm big. I have so many friends who are in specifically like the fairy forest. Like, so many of my friends on Facebook from Ren Fair are like fae people, and I love them so very much. So there's people who dress like fairies, there's people who dress like pirates, there's people who, and these people work for the fair to some extent, typically. I'm not talking about people who just pay the entrance fee and they dress up and they come out to play. I mean, like, there are actors who are working in collaboration with the fair itself, and they're playing all these roles. And so that's creating the environment for you. At the Kansas City Renaissance Festival, we have the joust multiple times a day where the king and or the queen will preside over the event, and there's a jousting match and a herald and like all of these kinds of things. So that is where this all started, was this woman, Phyllis Patterson, and she was like friends with other like actors, or she wasn't an actor, but she had friends who were actors and who had been blacklisted or graylisted, being labeled as communists, and that has them unable to find work in the film industry. And so the fair presents an opportunity for those individuals to use their skills and participate in a project that celebrated free thinking. And I think that there was some like, vendors, people making things, but a lot of it started with this whole, people who are unable to find jobs traditionally because of the anti-communist, like, whatever nonsense that was going on. So, yeah, I just, it's really cool. It's nice to know that these. I always think of Renaissance festivals as like inherently queer spaces. It is not necessarily the case that it was started to be a queer space, but like, there are so many people who live non-traditional lifestyles. Like, traveling in general is still kind of considered to be degenerate behavior, tying all the way back into, the Romani people and them being travelers and that being part of why they're being discriminated against. Like, you'll hear the phrase carny. Carny is a derogatory term that is used to disparage people who work at carnivals, like traveling carnivals. And so this is kind of falling into that similar thing where it's a place for people who live alternative lifestyles. So if you were pushed out of your traditional job because of your allegedly communist political beliefs, boom, there's the Ren Fair or the carnival or whatever. And polyamorous people love to be their freaky selves at the Renaissance Festival, and queer people, there are, you'll get the like bearded lady thing where I'm like, that is just a trans person who happens to have not had their tits chopped off. Yeah, I don't know. It's really great. Mama says any organization founded in communism will inevitably become very queer. True. Never forget about the luxury space communism, the luxury gay space communism or whatever. I used to work with a troupe that did a death march around the fair at sundown as a tradition. Great fun. Gained calluses. They have a death fair, or a death march sometimes at Ren Fair. I have a couple friends who they'll change their costume completely just for the death march. It's kind of like an unofficial parade. It's cool. Someday I will be one of the annual vendors at the Oregon Fair. I will have an amazing store, and acting is the best part. Yes! I would love to see that for you. We've talked about it before extensively. My partner and I have talked about, you know, at the Kansas City Renaissance Festival, nobody sells ocarinas anymore. That is how we met. We met because he bought an ocarina from me that I wanted. I was like, if we don't sell this one ocarina by the end of the season, that's going to be my end of year bonus. And he fucking bought it. And I was like, you son of a bitch. That's how we met. And there used to be 2 ocarina vendors at the Ren Fair, and now there aren't anymore. And so we have talked about, like, would we travel for the Ren Fair or even just do Kansas City Ren Fair? Like, what are the logistics of all that? And I don't know if it's going to be something that we ever do, but I do love that for you. I love that for you, Kitty. There are pockets of the Ren Fair community that are virulently conservative, but they are a minority. There have definitely been conservative people who work at the Ren Fair. They typically are more on the business side and not so much on the performer side. Like, one of our friends at the Renaissance Festival is a former cop who, like, probably still falls into some of those. He's like a former cop because he's old, I think. Yeah. A Renaissance fair is just a pagan gathering with turkey legs. That's fucking true. Actually, all of my Fae friends do have like a circle at the end of each weekend. We didn't go until the end of last year, which I was kind of bummed about. I'm like, this actually is something that I would have wanted to go to every time if I knew that this was happening. So if we go this year, we're definitely going to visit the circle at the end with all of our fairy friends. I went to one this year and finally got a high-quality corset that actually friggin' fits me. Ooh, yes. I'm genuinely considering getting a corset as, like, shapewear to help me breathe. Sometimes you'll see me, like, take a really deep breath here on stream because I get winded, and I literally, like, press on my belly, and that helps me get a fuller breath for some reason. And apparently, yeah, it's not uncommon for people to use corsets for abdominal compression. Axe throwing, yes, axe throwing. Archery, this is definitely a thing that you can do at the Ren Fair. When I was a little kid in Budapest, that's where I first saw racism. It was against Romani. I am a circus performer and former traveling street performer. I think I got blessed back in the old country. That's wonderful. I love that. I mean, it's bad that you saw the racism. Not saying that that's great, but yeah, having your roots in the circus is pretty cool. Luxury gay medieval communism. Yes. I'm too shy to LARP, but I love seeing it. So to be clear, I dress up, but I don't do an accent. I don't really play a particular role. Again, a lot of that is because I am usually working for someone trying to sell something. I have never been directly employed by the fair. As like a lane performer or anything like that. So I never have really had like a strong reason to be in character the whole time. You're making me want to go. It's so fun. Like, Drea, if you can get to Canby anytime in the next 3-4 weeks, I do recommend it. You'd be welcome to bring your ocarinas and sell them in our store. Well, okay, so part of the discussion that we have is like, how would we make ocarinas? You know, I think the best strategy is to, and now I did just say I don't like 3D print stuff at Ren Fairs. It depends on what it is. But so if you're selling ocarinas, so the first place that I sold ocarinas, I guess the only place I've sold ocarinas it was a dude who made them by hand. And they were little, like this. And they would be in tune with themselves, but they were not in tune. Like, he was literally making them with his hands. And I still have a bunch of those, and they're cool. They were only about $20. They would probably be more expensive now because it's been 15 years. But It's like $20 for a English pendant style ocarina that you do like this uh and then there's like slip cast, which like slip cast ones are more expensive. I have seen, anywhere from 60 to several $100s for like a decent slip cast ocarina. So I'm like, okay, how do you make money making ocarinas? Or like, how do you even go about making them? You can't only have $300 instruments at a Renaissance festival. Like, obviously, there will be some people who are willing to spend that kind of money for, if for example, we were to create like a relationship with another company such as STL Ocarina, which sells, like, I have several STL Ocarinas, as a matter of fact. I'm going to just show you kind of generally like what they look like and what the price range is. Oh man, these are cool. So like there's these ocarinas, like could we make a deal with STL Ocarina where we can buy like some of their product in bulk for a reduced price? And then so it's like, okay, $60, $50, $60, and these are all just 12-hole ocarinas. They have other ones that are more expensive. Oh, look at that. There's a $200 one. That's a base. Oh man, I bet that's a big, big, big ocarina. I love it. It's pretty cool. So I guess if I were to do this as a business, it would be, well, we are going to 3D print some and have like a lot of 3D print available, because you can print them and then they're just functional for like, maybe $20. Yeah, like 20, 30, $40 for like a 3D printed ocarina. And then maybe some porcelain or slip cast ones. But how are we acquiring those? Are we buying them from STL? Are we going to make our own molds? And like slip cast takes forever. Slip cast takes forever. I've always wanted to learn to play ocarina. They're so beautiful. Yeah, so I will say about these, the English, sorry, not the English pendant style. These are the inline style. Let's see. Okay, this one is kind of a, well, this one's plastic, first of all, but classic style. So here's the mouthpiece, and here's where you put your left hand, like this. You can't really see me. You put your left hand like this, and you put your right hand like this, and that's an inline ocarina, and your mouth goes up to it like this. And it's called an inline ocarina because you go do, 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 do. They're in line like that, and it's not complicated. It's not like you have to memorize a combination of fingers like you do with an English pendant style ocarina. An English pendant style ocarina has 4 holes on top and usually 1 hole on the bottom, and it's like do, 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 do. So you have to memorize kind of the fingering of that, but one day you should check out the Camlin Medieval Village up in Washington. It's not a Ren Fair, it's a medieval reenactment, but it's got a ton of people who go to Ren Fairs anyway. I used to work there, and the former director, a petty tyrant who drove so many people away, including myself, has been cooed out of there. That's good to hear. I think that Silent did mention Camlin to me, and I'm interested in it. It's obviously like not the same vibes as a Ren Fair. Not the same, but it is something that I would consider going to. I feel like the instrument for Lux would be a hurdy-gurdy. You want to know something funny? My partner actually does own a hurdy-gurdy. It's not like a proper hurdy-gurdy. Do you guys know, I think we've talked about these before. Do you guys know those like wooden... Hold on, let me see if I can just find it. Okay, it's this. Oh my god, why? Why is everything so slow? My husband just has this. You get it and it's a bunch of flat pieces and then you have to like build it. And yeah, so I actually literally have a hurdy-gurdy in my house, technically. Technically. I did dance macabre with a hurdy-gurdy at Camlin. There's no way to say fingering without it being sexually charged. I know. I know. You don't gotta tell me twice. I know. Is Shakespeare Fest still on in Ashland? Oh, I don't know. I haven't heard of that one before. There's a guy on YouTube who can teach you how to make an ocarina out of a root vegetable, and they tend to last up to like 3 months. Oh, that's fun. Make a 3D print like 5 of them, and use them as the basis for slip molds. I have lots of clay, and the firing would be wood-fired. Essentially, you would be designing, then printing models, then slip molding. Slip casting is super fast as long as you have space. Come for a weekend and mold out a bunch. I can have them hard-fired in around 3 weeks. That's compelling. That is compelling, because part of it, yeah, is definitely a space thing. When you're renting all the time and you can't afford to rent a place that has a garage, then yeah, a lack of space is certainly part of it. And there's also a question of, are we willing to travel? I don't know a single person who does the Kansas City Renaissance Festival who also does anything up here in Oregon. I think it's just too far. There's Oklahoma Renaissance Festival. There's several in Texas. There's ones up in Michigan. There's one in Illinois. There's one in Minneapolis. So there are so many Ren fairs. Oh, actually, you know what? I lied. When I said I haven't been to a different Ren fair since I was like 4, that was incorrect. I did go to the Minneapolis Ren fair in like 2017. I've just memory hold that because it was traumatic. Anyway, yeah, so I there's just like, I don't know if it's the Rocky Mountains just create this barrier where people on the West Coast stay on the West Coast, but I don't know anybody from Kansas who is, or anyone who goes to KCRF who is willing to come out here all the way to Oregon. Although it's like, yeah, maybe it's because, it's not worth it to only come up there for like 2 or 3 weeks. I'm not sure. Fucking Tranarchy or Ocarinas when? That's a good question. Could I just buy, or I guess I could 3D print ocarinas and then just like slap a sticker on it? Like, boom. Tranarchy ocarinas. $80, please. In my hand. There are several paths run by those who travel, like Texas West Left Coast is one. And there's like famous people. Like, do you know Jacques the Whipper? I don't know, this isn't like a content you get served up when you're a weird person. Does he even do content on here? Yeah, so you guys should know Jacques the Whipper. He does these goofy little he has a whip and he does songs with the whip. And he does parodies with whip-related lyrics. I'm just gonna... Like, surely you've seen this guy. Yeah, the whip guy. He doesn't do Kansas City Renaissance Festival. And I don't really know why. I'm not totally sure. So he goes to all kinds of different Renaissance festivals. And I even saw this year, he had a schedule. And it was like, he's going to have several weeks off during KCRF, where he could do KCRF and he doesn't. And I think it might be because the owner of KCRF fucking sucks. Never seen him, but I do get the pole dancing archer guy. The pole dancing archer guy, bae. He's bae. The only thing similar to this I've been to was a festival themed around post-apocalypse, hosted in a repurposed missile base in a village near Prague. It got wild. Deaf experience. I won't be forgetting anytime soon. Also exhibited art there back then. That sounds fucking, like, so fun. My friend was very thirsty for the whip guy. That's funny. Quantum Chaos. Hello. Welcome. Pink Closet. Good name. Welcome to the website. By the way, yeah, if anybody's over there in the YouTube chat, if you're interested, we do have a website chat. This chat over here, sometimes people assume that this is Twitch. It's not. I do not stream on Twitch. This is my website. So come here to the website if you want to do that. You don't have to, but you can. And it automatically makes you like 10% cooler. So, not to peer pressure you or anything. I had a dream, I think year before last. I was picking out gifts for Christmas for people, and I got Lux one of those wooden percussion instruments. Wooden percussion instruments? Like what? Do you mean like one of these thumb things? Because we do have one of those too. I so want to debate you one day. Ooh, what would you want to debate me on, Pink Closet? I am going to be on Takis tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. I'm on with Arden tomorrow, I believe. Come to the website. Everybody here bites. Marimba? Ooh, yeah, marimbas are fun. Marimba is like the largest form of xylophone, which is not exactly ideal because they're huge. I'm in the UK though. Well, yeah, we do deliberately. I mean, you know, it's called the Transatlantic Call-In Show because Katie Montgomery lives in the UK and she was part of the original cast. So if we start, you know, at 2 p.m. Central Time, then for Katie it's 6 p.m. her time. Or no. It's a 6-hour difference. So it's 8 p.m. for Katie. So I get it. It's late in the evening if you're like, okay, the show literally starts at 8 p.m. But I will be on tomorrow if you want to get on. I don't do debates on this show. I prefer vibraphone. I've played vibraphone too. It is neat. I will debate you on Star Trek movies. I don't have strong opinions about the Star Trek movies. Gayfesh and I started debate about Star Trek movies, and I just spend the entire time going, "You right though," or "Ooh, that's interesting," or "Let me ask you a question," and then you just go on for 5 minutes explaining things. Speaking of the line, I called the hang up the other day. I did see that you tweeted about that. I got some closure on that drama with Matt Dillahunty last year about him saying that they, he said, when you say that they want to put trans people in camps, that's hyperbole and it's harming our cause. What did he say? Yeah, what we're saying is we should just do a podcast. Gayfesh and I, instead of debating about Star Trek, we're just going to have a podcast together, like the podcast that we presently have on youtube.com/@gayfesh. Where if you want to see us talking about Star Trek, we're talking about Star Trek. I think we're going to do Star Wars Andor Season 2 next. We did Season 1. We talked about some Marvel movies. Like, this is where it all began. It began with Captain America, a retrospective with Demon Mama. Like, should I don't know if I should just go watch your conversation, Mama, instead of making you recap it here. But I am curious, like, if Matt has retracted his statement that it's like, oh, it's hyperbolic and it's bad for our cause if you say, oh, these people are trying to put trans people in camps. Like, really, Matt? Really, Matt? I kind of forgot that had happened. I kind of forgot. Oh yeah, no, I'm familiar with what a marimba is. My mother-in-law played marimba. But is that what Noah was talking about when Noah was like, I had a dream I got you one of those wooden percussion instruments? Oh, I guess, yeah, you probably are talking about like a xylo. Desyncing? Is it desyncing? What a marimba is. My mother-in-law played marimba. Oh, fuck you. God damn it. You can't be doing this to me. What? Oh, come on, man. I don't think there's any way for me to fix that if I'm in the middle of a stream. Come on. I'm going to just refresh my YouTube page and hope that that helps. That's so annoying. me to fix that if I'm in the middle of a stream? Come on. Okay, I restarted and it's stopped desyncing now. So hopefully it's okay. Looks like your ISB hiccuped and dropped a few frames. Okay, cool. It was AV desync for me for a second until I refreshed my YouTube page. That was a little strange. Goddamn fucking internet providers. Nasty watches the podcast on rainy days. Ooh, yeah. Even numbered Star Trek movies don't suck. I actually liked The Search for Spock. I liked it. I didn't like it as much as I like the fourth one. Like, the fourth one is probably my favorite. We're whalers on the moon. I literally can't think of that Star Trek movie without going, we're whalers on the moon. Okay, Matt clarified that he was giving advice applying to persuasive conversations, but that it's not an unfounded fear necessarily that trans people are going to be put in camps, and we shouldn't assume it won't happen just because we can't read their minds. Basically, he's got that debate brain and doesn't want people to make positive claims like that, because then you have to justify that specific claim of specifically camps, and I think it was a productive conversation. That's good. I'm glad that you got some clarification. And yes, it is... I don't know. I don't have as much experience being persuasive as Matt does, to be clear. I feel like I try to make eloquent arguments, but I don't know if that's very convincing. And I've kind of stepped away from trying too hard to be convincing, because my content doesn't reach a non-trans audience for the most part anyway. But yeah, I can understand kind of where he was coming from. And I think I talked to Arden about that privately a little bit too, that I was, not trying to put her in a position to defend her partner's comments, but I was just like, why, if we're all so sure that bad things are probably going to happen, like even in 2016, I was like, this is not good. Things are going to go badly. And then now, yeah. To be a Nazi or not is figuratively failing an open book test. Yeah, the history is right there. The problem is that people want to be Nazis, apparently. Like, we have this idea that, like, coming after Jewish people is unfair because I think it's just because America has this tendency to flatten ethnicities that are pale, Like, we used to have, there were almost like racial distinctions. I mean, basically it was a racial distinction between Irishmen and Italians and Polish people and all this. And like, as those groups gain acceptance into a white identity of like, this is the supremacy thing, and these people are the, for a long time in this country, only white men were allowed to or white landowning men were allowed to vote or otherwise participate in certain aspects of society. And there was like an Asian guy who sued the United States government to be considered white because he owned land. And he was like, I am socially in the role of like a white person. So why am I not considered white? Because white did used to be this kind of, I mean, it is still a nebulous category, but it has gotten weird in that way where it flattens and reduces ethnic distinctions. Sapphic Hazard, welcome to the website. There you go. So I think that Jewish people have now entered into that same kind of fold in the American consciousness where, and this is how I felt growing up, when people, when movies or whatever would comment on Jewish people and speak about them in a way that made them seem like a distinct cultural group, I was confused by that because I was like, are you not just a white person with like curly hair? And like, yeah, I think that that's the difference, is that we think that attacking Jewish people was bad in the Holocaust, not because that specific kind of persecution is wrong, but because they're white or they're close enough to being white. Whereas back then they were considered like a racially distinct group. So now when you have, oh man, I didn't mean to get into politics. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart by saying I wasn't going to talk about politics, and now we are. But there is definitely a lot of willingness at the very minimum, if not active celebration of persecution of brown people in my country now. And like, is there even going to be a time where later the broad American conscience can say this was fucked up to do to brown people? I don't know, because like Jewish people have gained conditional acceptance into whiteness, but I don't think that brown people are ever going to have that option. So like, I genuinely don't know if as Americans, we are ever going to be able to reckon on a broad scale with the fucked up shit we do to non-white people. If that makes any sense. Yeah, they've been making Jesus white for a long time. That's true. Could you convince my clamps to stop hiding from me? I'm trying to make chainmail. Okay, so here's what you have to do with tools. With tools, you have to go here, clamps, 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 clamps. And then you have to hold out a little bit of mineral oil and go, clamps, I've got this wonderful mineral oil for you. And then you have to leave the room, possibly even leave the state, and then you come back, and then they're right there in the middle of your table with no objects surrounding or obscuring them in any way. They just magically appear exactly in, like, right out in the open, where you definitely would have seen them before. That's how it works. You have to cast a spell with mineral oil, and then by leaving the premises and returning. Oh no, yeah, Gayfesh, who's like, Demon Mama and I both liked Search for Spock, and he hates it, and it's funny. Kitty says, hey motherfuckers, the entire original series is bulletproof in my opinion, and I was raised by a guy who was there when the magic was written. I was supposed to marry a white girl whose parents loved Star Trek so much they named her Nichelle. I really do love the movies up to Insurrection a lot. Need to watch the newer ones while being less of an old bitch. Yes. I like the new ones. I mean, they're fine. Like, you know, Chris Pine, I think, is a good actor. I need to revisit them. First, it's been a while. Sapphic says, the two best places to buy chainmail is at the Ren Fair and Kink Convention, but they're different items usually. That is a good point. My partner, so I got my nipples pierced last year, in large part because my partner was like, I think that would be hot. To be clear, there was no pressure on me whatsoever to do that. I was just like, well, if he thinks it would be hot, I'm not opposed to doing it. That could be fun. I like doing body mods. And sometimes he'll send me like pictures of, it's functionally like chainmail jewelry, but that will like attach to the nipples at the end. In a way that I'm not actually sure is compatible with having nipple piercings, because I've seen ones that like they have like a little rubber grommet, and it's just like a little rubber piece that you like stretch out and put over your nipple, and so it holds onto it just by being like a rubber grommet. And so I have definitely seen some really pretty chainmail kink, kind of a bra but mostly not a bra items. It's definitely fun. I actually unironically love even the Trek movies that suck. Yeah. I hate how direct the line is between the devaluation of media literacy / critical thinking and the rise of the current US fascists. So I dislike that on the one side, but on the other side, I do like that just by engaging with media and literary analysis, I can basically be pushing a left-leaning agenda. Because I keep talking about like wanting to get away from politics. Oh, I don't want to talk about politics. Oh, I don't want to talk about politics. But I do I just don't want to talk about like the newest anti-trans law that someone is trying to pass. But I do want to talk about the political implications of The Last of Us. You know? You got to make sure they have a safety release latch, otherwise the nipple will be the release latch. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, but that sounds bad. I loved getting my nipples pierced. I may be a slight masochist. I made a mistake, and that's that. So one of my nipples is more sensitive in like a light feeling, like an erogenous light feeling way, and the other nipple is more sensitive in like a deep tissue kind of way. But I didn't know that until I got my nipples pierced. I was like, you should, because I've heard that doing the second nipple hurts a lot worse than the first one. So I was like, do the more sensitive nipple first. But then, oh, if you want to attach chainmail to your nipple, no, I got you, totally. I would be very careful attaching anything to my nipple piercings, for sure. But oh my god, what was I in the middle of saying? Yeah, so I had him do the first one, and then the second one hurt so much more. And then as they've been healing, I've realized that like the one that is less erogenously sensitive is more sensitive in the deep tissue, and so that one has been like more sensitive in the healing process. And it's I'm sitting here like, when are you going to be done healing? I got them in November. I got them at the end of November, so December, January, March, April, May. So now it's been 5 months. It's been 5 months since I got my nipples pierced, and they still are not done, and it's annoying. I was pretty much seeing pretty colors from the first one still when my piercer did the second. Yeah, I almost kicked my partner in the face. Like, I got one pierced, and like that leg came up when he was piercing it. The leg, I was laying flat on my back and the leg just came up. And then the other one, and my partner was standing on the left side. He did the second one, and my leg like went up in a corresponding way that like almost kicked my partner in the face. It was a fun experience. I would never do it again. And I spent the entire day, like I was playing World of Warcraft the entire day, but I was just like it did not stop hurting the entire day. It was crazy. Yeah, it was wild. It's definitely the most intense piercing I've ever gotten. Speaking of piercing hazards, has anyone else seen the new Final Destination movie? Nope, and I do not plan to do that. My vanilla earlobe piercings haven't healed after years. I can't even imagine getting a nipple piercing. Drea, are you sure that you're not just, like, experiencing a nickel allergy? Because you, like, meh. For most people, earlobe piercings should be a very quick heal. And if they're not, then I would definitely suspect that you have an allergy. I love the Final Destination movies. They are so silly. I definitely liked Final Destination 3. Because that's the one that I watched a lot as a kid. Jihariel says, mine took a year to be healed enough to comfortably change jewelry, but it took another 6 months or a year after that to be really reliably comfortable and not irritated. I'm just wondering, like, how long I have to have these pierced before, you know, before someone can put their mouth on them. Is kind of anyway. Oh gosh. Kitty says, listen, fascists of every side want you to be uneducated. That is the easiest way to spot a Nazi, even if they don't know they are one. Religions are fascist groups because they tell you to avoid information outside of the church. Ultranationalism discourages us from learning truths about other people. It's pretty easy to see which group in modern times fits the description. That's fair. I think that's a fair criticism. Like, the less curious you are. Dude, I think that we even watched this movie, or sorry, video. We talked about this a while ago, but that dang dad, that dang Phil, made a video about art and how, yeah, like, a lack of appreciation for art is one of the signs that someone is fash or conservative. It's like a deep lack of curiosity to understand the point of provocative art. Nasty says, if I get top surgery without nipples, I will simply glue on fake nipples with piercings already in them. It will be funny if someone tugs on them and it stays in their hand. I like that. I enjoy the concept. I know, I don't know how it works in other countries, but I know in the United States, because nipples are not always covered, like a nipple graft is not always covered by insurance. That is a huge part of why people choose not to have nipple grafts done. Because it's like, okay, do you have $2,000 just for that one part of the surgery? Make sure you're hydrating, everybody. Hail hydrate. Later, mama. Have fun out there. Enjoy hitting the gym. No one ever chooses the mono boob. Well, you can have a mono boob by just like wearing a binder. You wear a binder and there you go. Boom, it's a mono boob. You got it. There's 36 people in here and there's 40 likes. I have a feeling that some of you are in here who haven't yet hit the like button. This is a chill stream day. And I want more people in here on chill days. I want this to be a chill stream culture. Pink, that is out of pocket. I think RFK Jr. is doing amazing. I'm a huge fan of his work, as it seems like only the right would listen to him. He is helping us reduce their numbers. Okay. I take issue with this because while it may be true that only dumb people would listen to his advice, he does still have the power to make it so that all of the rest of us can't get a fucking COVID booster. And someone like that being in charge normalizes a disdain for science that will degrade even if we get a fucking Bernie Sanders presidency, or even if we get a fucking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez presidency, it will permanently damage this country's approach to public health. RFK Jr. literally wants to put me in a camp. Yeah, is he the one who has said that people who take Adderall or something should just be put in a re-education camp for like a few years? Yeah, imagine not liking the stream. Couldn't be me. Top surgery to troll people. Yeah, that's nasty for you. That's so interesting that you're required to, in order to get top surgery in whatever European country you live in, you have to get nipple grafts as part of it, or you have to have a confirmation from a tattoo artist that they will tattoo them on for you. But you don't have to necessarily follow up and get that tattoo, right? You just have to have a tattooist say, yeah, I plan on doing that. And then if it turns out later, you're like, oh, it turns out I couldn't afford to get the tattoo. Oh no. Excuse me. He thinks autistic people basically have no cultural potential. Yeah, and I know that was a really difficult conversation for us to navigate, where a lot of, more functional autistic people are like, yeah, well, the thing is that I do work and I do pay taxes and I do all these things that you say that allegedly autistic people can't do. And then there were folks who were like, well, my kid is an adult but can't um like they aren't ever going to be able to live independently and pay taxes, but their life is still worth living. So like I do remember that being kind of like difficult to have conversations about, but we can hit both at the same time. We can say, look, autistic people do work. We do pay taxes. We do have families. Yeah, I would love to not pay taxes. Are you fucking, yeah, $18,000 I earned last year, $3,000 I owed in taxes. Insane. Um, how can I donate to you without involving YouTube? Nikki, thank you so much for asking. If you come directly to my website, luxander.net, there is an option. You can either get what's called a subscription, which functionally you can either pay like one time or get a subscription that repeats itself. But that is mostly a benefit for if you're in the chat on my website, where you'll see the names have different colors. So like a green name is a tier 1 subscription. A blue name is a tier 2 subscription, but you can also just donate a one time at luxander.net/donate. So if you want to donate to me, I very much appreciate it. It is my full-time job right now, or as close as it gets to being full-time for me as a disabled person. But yeah, I think it would be funny to get 3 nipples tattooed on just to spite them. That reminds me of flippin', oh gosh, what's it called? Mallrats. Where I think it's Mallrats, the movie where he like goes to talk to like a 3-nippled woman, and she just it's basically a fake nipple, like Nasty was saying, that like you could just like pop a 3, I couldn't make that noise correctly, just like pop a nipple on there, and she's just got like an extra nipple next to her first nipple that's fake, and she pulls it off and then eats it. It's like as though it's candy. I don't know, it was a weird, like a gummy nipple that was just stuck to her chest. It's a weird movie. Purple power, that's true. Purple is the best color. I love purple. Oh yeah, but like, yeah, so it's like on the one hand I can say yes, I'm autistic and I do pay fucking taxes, but also even if I was so dysfunctional as an autistic person that my activities of daily living were limited and stuff and I couldn't pay taxes, that doesn't mean that it's okay to just let me die. Eric says, autistic people who don't work still fill extremely important and valuable roles in their communities. Work isn't the most important contribution to culture. Yes. And I think that I've talked about this before when it comes to this whole having a commune thing. Like, sometimes people think, oh, well, the premise of a commune is that everyone has a job and therefore it's falling into some of the same capitalistic expectations. But it's like, maybe we just need to rethink how we define work. If you tell stories around the fire and you enrich everyone in that cultural way, or if you write music, there are like, take the example of like a nonverbal autistic savant who actually is like amazing at piano, which I think is a book that I read when I was a kid. Then playing the piano is like a role that you fill in the community. It is a thing that, people can relax, people can enjoy themselves listening to music or whatever. And, expanding that out in the commune, in the modern era, okay, well, maybe you can't do any physical labor, but can you make lists? Can you handle like placing the shopping order? Can you handle calling the plumber? We can find something, can you chop vegetables or something? I don't know. There is value to, like, every person is able to contribute some form of value. Oh my gosh, Nikki is being tested for ADHD at 67. I hope that you get the treatment that you're after. Yeah, for sure. I haven't been taking my Ritalin for a long time now. I haven't taken it since I moved, and I'm kind of curious if I should start up again. I don't know. Eric says, I haven't been able to work normally the last few years due to PTSD and burnout, but I have done some of the stuff I'm the most proud of in my life in that time frame. Yeah, absolutely. We can contribute in other ways. All I want to do is cook for the polycule. I just need all of us to be on the same continent. Yeah. Pink Closet says, I was on Katie's stream earlier and she was saying that in America, the one big bill or something is going to remove trans care or something. Is that true? My understanding, and just I want to be clear, I haven't been keeping tabs on this stuff because I have been so tired and stressed out, and I'm trying to downshift my body out of constantly being in fight or flight mode. But my understanding at present is that the big beautiful bill takes away Medicaid funding. So in America, we have these, public health care things where you have Medicare, which is for old people. You have Medicaid, which is for poor people and disabled people. And what they're basically doing, because it's a budget bill, they are going to say that Medicaid will no longer cover gender affirming care for anyone, including adults, which means that somewhere between like 150,000 and 260,000 US Americans, most of whom are adults, will no longer have access to gender affirming care via Medicaid. So it's not like making it strictly illegal, but it is functionally, reducing access for the most vulnerable transgender Americans. Trans care is already being removed. The org that provides my care cut off hours a month ago. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of private organizations that are scrambling to comply in advance, even though nothing has passed into law yet, or like these executive orders are not they're not legally binding, but organizations are still changing their policies. Safik says this bill includes not allowing any public funding to go to any orgs that provide trans care. If you haven't talked to your doctors in 2-ish months, maybe reach out. Does that mean that Planned Parenthood would have to stop providing gender affirming care, period, if they wanted to get any funding? And like the problem with the funding thing too is that, like, technically speaking, if a hospital works with Medicaid and a patient uses Medicaid to pay for a procedure or something, to pay for care, then technically you are receiving federal funding by using Medicaid. So it's basically like, are all of these hospitals going to have to stop working with Medicaid, period, in order to continue providing this care? Does that make sense from a hospital standpoint, where the hospital is like, we want to try to help as many people as possible, and if we have to discontinue care for 10 trans patients while still caring for these 400 Medicaid patients, like, it's just a not fair trade-off. I'm certain that Oregon is going to push back against anyone losing trans care. Yeah, I agree. It's nice to live in a state where it's a civilized place to live. My favorite episode of one of those procedural cop shows involved an autistic guy who worked at a package delivery company, and he just knew where all the packages were. I know it's not really good representation, but to me it shows that any less, quote, capable people will usually have a specialty skill, and we can find them work that they find fulfilling. I don't know, it's rare we couldn't help someone find a niche in a world where we can invent a job or method almost infinitely. Yeah, I agree. Everybody has a skill that they can apply in some form or fashion, no matter what it is. Medicaid coverage is still going here in Oregon, according to MABS. But the bill hasn't passed yet. That's the thing about the big, beautiful bill. And you guys may have seen that Elon Musk has been decrying this bill for some reason. I'm not really sure why, actually. So the bill hasn't passed yet. My partners have autism and I have ADHD, or my partner has got autism and I have ADHD, and I always get told off for putting things not in the right place. Yeah, I mean, with ADHD too, like sometimes I pick up this remote for my colored lights and then I put it down like over here, which is stupid because whenever I go to look for it, I always look for it over here. So now sometimes I'll put it down over here and then I'll be like, nope, you're being dumb. It goes over here. Nevada has constitutionally encoded anti-discrimination in healthcare protections for trans folk. There's just a loophole when it's the care being denied at an organizational level. Yeah, like there's no law that compels the organization to provide that care. You are Victoria. No, you are Victoria. How dare you? It wouldn't be until 2026 before the budget bill would start to come into effect, and it wouldn't go in all at once. Yeah. everybody calm down. Everything's fine. There was just some weird shit happening outside, and I was like, I need to close my window. So that's part of why I like muted myself. Whenever like my neighbors make noise or like there's shit happening outside, I mute myself briefly. And this time I just forgot to unmute before I was like, you know what? I'm actually gonna go close that window. I'm alive. I know. I know. Yeah. Anyway, I have at least another hour in me today. I want to maybe get away from talking about anti-trans politics because I cannot control these things and it's just stressing me out. So, but we have at least another hour in me, and then I'm gonna try to rest the rest of the evening because boy howdy, like I genuinely like. The only reason I know that I got any decent sleep last night was because I had a really fucking weird dream. Dude, okay, so this dream that I had, it was very clearly influenced by the fact that I've been watching The Last of Us over and over again recently. So it was definitely like primarily concerned with interpersonal things like raiders. But there was definitely like still in my mind, I was like, and then there's the infected. So it's like, not only are we worried about being pursued by these people, but there's all like, I know that there's a potential for there to be infected. So we have to be careful. And there was one part of the dream where like there was a guy who was like part of a team of people who had been pursuing us. And by us, I don't know who I mean. I just mean me and whoever else I was with. They were pursuing us. And it was in like a dilapidated old house. And like, so since buying a gun, interestingly, it's not infrequent that I have dreams where my gun is in it, even though like I haven't gone shooting since fucking December. Like I haven't shot my gun one single time since December. But I had a dream where like I tried to shoot this dude directly in the face and my gun was empty. And then I proceeded to beat the shit out of him. And like that's the only reason I know I got any decent sleep last night is because I had a dream where I beat someone to death with my gun. Crazy dream. Absolutely wild. I don't know what was going on with that. Just Oh, we were talking about Khajiit while I was gone for a second there. We put the disco in disconnecting. True. Me when I'm in my deep depression and I stop reaching out to my friends. I need to do better. Do better. You can't just stop talking to your friends. It doesn't work like that. But it's like the first thing I do when I start to feel bad is like I just completely stop talking to anybody. And like basically the only person I still talk to is my husband because I live with him and it is literally impossible for me to ignore him. I am ready to talk about food. Oh no. Ready to talk about food now? It is a theme of ours. We do have a tendency to talk about food quite a bit. I mean, let's tie it back into the Renaissance Festival conversation earlier. Does anybody actually eat the turkey legs at carnivals or Renaissance festivals? Mood. I tend to disappear for months. It's not good. Truly, yeah. I did not know that friends can be boxes. In what way are friends boxes? That's new for me. I think that the food safety standards have increased, but like when I was a kid, the turkey legs at the Renaissance Festival, like it was, so I don't actually know. It's mostly like this is what the adults around me were saying at the time because I was a child, but that the turkey legs were being kept in the back in such a way that flies could easily land on them. So yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's just not what I prefer. And they're selling them for like $15 nowadays. Like a fucking turkey leg for $15. That's crazy. I already thought it was expensive when they were like $8 or $9, and now they're $15. Just don't buy food at a Ren fair. Oh, well, okay. So I do buy food at Ren fair sometimes, just not the turkey legs. They're not worth it. Occasionally I'll buy a Scotch egg. Scotch eggs are so delicious. I want to eat something that I can't just make at home, or I can't easily just make at home. But I mean, to be fair, like also I work there or have worked there, and so you can't be there all day without either bringing your own food or buying something. The Kansas City Renaissance Festival has this crepe place, or it had. I don't know if they're going to keep, because the lady who owned it passed away. But the crepes, that was the only place at the Kansas City Ren Fair that wasn't owned by the guy who owns the whole fair. And the guy who owns the whole fair, as I said earlier, sucks. So a Scotch egg. I'll have a Scotch egg sometimes. Those are pretty yummy. Gosh, what else did I... Oh, gyros? Get me fucked up on a gyro. Delicious. What else is good at a Ren Fair? Ember says, at one Ren Fair, the turkey legs are amazing, but at most of them, they taste like ham. Yeah, fair enough. Like, okay, so gyro at the Ren Fair was really good. Sometimes you'll get baklava. Ooh, yes. Ugh, fuck me up on some baklava. What is else like good carnival food? If you had you had a turkey leg at Disneyland, I think that does count because they're functionally the same thing. As a vegetarian, I have never eaten the festival chicken legs or turkey legs. You should tell me what are the good vegetarian options. Go to a Ren Fair, Drea. Drea, I swear to God, if I don't run into you at Oregon Ren Fair this month, I'm kidding. It's fucking $37 per person. I'm not gonna pressure you to go. I'm just saying it's a good time. Anything Greek is 100%. Greek food is fire. It's so delicious. So, you know, in America, we have this thing where we're like, oh my God, charcuterie is like the fancy thing. Like we spend a little bit of extra money on charcuterie. And my partner and I did this recently. We went, oh well, mostly him. He bought some charcuterie stuff and it ended up, you know, it was expensive, but it ended up being enough charcuterie that we did 2 different days. Like we did 2 different dates, basically, where we just like sat around and ate. So, okay, but think about what goes on a charcuterie board, right? Some kind of cured meat, which is often like, I associate cured meats as being like something that came from Italian culture, but right, they're Mediterranean. It's all kind of the same area, the same vibe. There's nuances. But okay, so what goes on a charcuterie table? Some kind of cured meat, usually. Various cheeses. And usually like goat cheese, especially. Oh my God, I tried goat cheese for the first time. Oh, it's so good. It was crazy. It was insane how delicious goat cheese was. I'd never had goat cheese or goat milk or anything before, and it was so good. So yeah, you've got meats, cheeses, olives, dried fruit, crackers or bread. Charcuterie is just Mediterranean food. Like, if you really think about it, so there actually is a growing popularity of a Greek style of eating in a way. To be fair, I don't know a lot about, like, a modern Greek culture. I used to be a big fucking Greek mythology nerd, so I know about, like, sort of ancient Greek culture. It's like sandwich, but spread out on the plate. True. You got your individual little elements. Yeah, it's incredible. You get like a fairly plain cracker with like some kind of delicious cured meat, some kind of cheese, and then like put a piece of we got like dried apricots and some dried cherries and some dried figs. Oh, it turns out that I really like figs. They're so yummy. You can get goat cheese Gouda. Listen, don't tempt me. Cheese is expensive. It's so worth it though. I'm really interested in trying like authentic cheese products. Oh, it turns out that I don't like brie. I tried brie a couple years ago and I was like, maybe this was just a bad brie. Lux using a French word. It's Greek to me. True. No, I mean, yeah, I know that charcuterie is like a French word, but if you think about the way that we do this spread and like the things that are on it, it just feels very Mediterranean to me. But yeah, it turns out that I don't like brie. I like the inside of brie. I do not like the rind of brie. You can keep the rind. I am not interested. Although my partner did say that this particular rind was like a little bit more toothsome, so maybe it was just like a different than it's supposed to be. But it turns out that I want to like brie and I don't. Excuse me. I love brie, but deeply dislike goat cheese. You're my nemesis, turns out. No, nasty. That means that it would be perfect for us to hang out and have charcuterie together because you can have the brie and I can eat the goat cheese and there's no competition. You stay out of my olives, though. No, I'm just kidding. We have to share. We have to share. Funnel cake, yeah. I'm just not a big fan of funnel cake. It's just like overwhelmingly sweet and not complex enough. But funnel cake it's a fair food. It's definitely like a carnival food. Anyone for grilled cheese sandwiches with Munster and goat Gouda? Oh my god. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. Munster is delicious. Munster is so buttery. Like it's so wonderful. And then like the goat Gouda. Oh man, I don't even know what goat Gouda would be like because I just had like a goat cheese that was really tangy and very like soft. I don't know what makes Gouda Gouda. I don't know enough about cheese. What is the best olive? I mean, so yeah, Kalamata olives are pretty good. I'm a really big fan of like a garlic stuffed queen olive. Like the big ones with like garlic shoved in there. Oh my god. Delicious. I mentioned funnel cakes because you had already mentioned all the good foods at Renfest. I tend to taste a brie as being very buttery. Like the inside of brie is good. The inside of it is delicious, but the outside of it just like brings like a bitterness to the party that I'm not particularly fond of. Fonkers, I also dislike olives. Maybe you're right. There we go. We trade, we share. Easy peasy. There are little cheese ovens you can get just for doing charcuterie cheeses. Wait, like, so you can, like, make your own cheese? That is on my bucket list for this year. I have a planner where, like, at the beginning of the book, it has some annual stuff. So I have some, like, and I have a big annual bucket list. How many things have I even done on here? Do I need to start working on this a little bit more? So I want to tell you what's on my year bucket list. It's now June, and I haven't done most of these things. Read Dragon Riders of Pern. Do a Bob Ross painting. I have almost everything I need to do a Bob Ross painting. I just need paint thinner. Do tie-dye. Make cheese at home. Number 4 on this list. I want to make cheese at home. It's apparently super duper easy to make mozzarella cheese. So I was thinking about like maybe just make some mozzarella cheese. It shouldn't be bitter though, the brie rind. Well, maybe I'm just having bad brie then. Let's see. Visit Seattle at least once. Visit Portland. Visit the coast. I did do visit the coast. Take public transit. I haven't done that. Visit Granddad. Socialize at a fiber arts place. I haven't done that. Join a hiking group. I don't think that's happening this year. There's more on here, but like, I just think it's funny that I put make cheese at home as part of my bucket list this year because I've never done it before. Manchego is my favorite cheese. I haven't had Manchego. I love brie and hate any cheese not made with cow milk. I've tried goat and sheep cheeses and they all taste way too gamey to me. Fair enough. Totally. Cheems. Buy cheesecloth if you find it cheap. I do have cheesecloth, as a matter of fact. My local Ren Fair has a giant grilled mushroom sandwich. Crazy good. Ow! That does sound good. Oh, bread bowl. Bread bowl is always nice. I did buy a bread bowl recently, and the quality. We're seeing so much shrinkflation at the Renaissance Festival. I'm just talking about my KCRF experience because I've been going there for 30 years. Like you used to get a bread bowl and it was like a chunky bread bowl, like, and they would really hollow it out. And so you'd have plenty of soup in there. But then I recently got a bread bowl and it was hardly bigger than like a regular dinner roll. And they also didn't like empty it out enough So there was like a maybe 4 tablespoons of soup in there. I was so disappointed. Shrinkflation. And they're probably charging more than they charged when I was a kid, too. Oh man, chicken and chips. Chicken and chips at Ren Fair. Especially if I have my garlic jalapeno sauce from the garlic festival booth. Ow! Yummy, 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 yummy. We haven't had fish and chips at the Ren Fair in KC in a long time. Bread bowl with broccoli cheddar soup is literally the only reason I think Panera Bread exists. True. Bread bowls are a scam if you're not making it yourself. Just because they're always going to be that expensive? We love talking about food here on this show. I haven't had any crazy food escapades recently aside from making fried chicken and burning my hand. Which honestly, I keep saying I burn the shit out of my hand. It's not even really that bad. I just I have a little first degree burn right there. Not too bad. My husband wants me to make gyoza. Should I be as upset about that as I am? Because I feel like I'm like, why are you asking me to do something that's going to be that labor intensive? Why are you asking me to do something that's going to take 3 hours? Is this just I don't know. I have that ADHD time blindness thing where I have no idea how long a task is actually going to take, but I have a tendency to underestimate how long a task is going to take. I have a feeling like making gyoza would take for fucking ever. And I'm like, what do you mean make you gyoza? It's so time consuming. I don't know, man. You can get frozen gyoza. I know, but what he wants is homemade gyoza. Like, I am a really great cook, and so what he wants is the experience of me, a good cook, making gyoza. Okay, so fair. Yeah, so Nasty says making dumplings sucks. He better help you out. Okay, I'll float that to him. It bites more than I do. uh, I guess, I don't really know. I haven't really looked into the process of how to make gyoza. If you can just take a wonton wrap, like a little, if you can just put some raw ingredients in there and then seal it up and then fry it, maybe it's less time consuming than I think it will be. But I have in my mind, I don't know why, I have this idea that you would need to cook the inside first. That I would pan fry the pork and everything and then put it in a fucking dumpling. I don't know, man. I've always found that nobody hollows out the bread bowls so they don't have to give you as much soup. Yeah, that's what... It didn't used to be like that. I do specifically remember being like, yeah, this is a nice serving of soup. And now it sucks. Oh, chainmail bites more than I do? How does chainmail bite? What, are you getting pinched by your chainmail? Dally says, I may be remembering a feta goat cheese from the farmer's market when I worked for a bakery. Hell yeah. I think feta is often made with sheep's cheese, like sheep milk. So I've had sheep milk cheese, sheep cheese in the form of feta. It's not difficult. It's just a lot of labor. You don't have to cook the inside. It should do just fine when they get steamed. Okay. I don't necessarily have to make them look good either. I can just be like, and pinch, 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 boom, we're done. Get out of my face. Oh, got scratched by chainmail. I wish I had more chainmail pieces. I feel like it would make me really hot. But I would like to have some, jewelry or something. That would be cool. Excuse me. Any Dorohedoro enjoyers in the chat? Is that one show about food? It's not literally about food, but it ends up being about food. Okay, no, I don't think this is what I think it is. I am not familiar with this. I did just recently read all of the Invincible compendiums, basically in 3 days. These enormous books that are like they're chunky and they're tall, like big books. And I did just read all of that. So I am fully spoiled on anything they could possibly choose to do in the show, except that they're doing this whole thing with Damien Darkblood. Doro Hidoro is not about food at all, but the main character loves gyoza. Okay, I was thinking of, what is that one? Bum, bum, ba, ba, da, ba, bum. Dungeon Meshi? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Dungeon Meshi? Where like one of the main, yeah, Delicious in Dungeon Meshi. Where like cooking is a huge part of it. Or food is a huge part of it. I don't know. I didn't watch it. My partner, or no, not my partner. My younger sibling watched it. Chainmail and any hair are not friends. That's why chainmail undies never caught on. You just have to have a little cloth where the hair is going to be. You know, just like attach some cloth to the inside. Okay, Nasty confirms Doro Hidoro is very good and has gyoza in it. Okay. Dungeon Meshi is good for the soul and will make you hungry. I'm in a slight content gap right now where I am not in the middle of consuming anything. I need to start watching Andor season 2. I could probably knock that out quickly. I'm trying desperately to avoid any spoilers about it and not doing the best job. So I need to watch Andor season 2. The Last of Us season 2 just wrapped. So like, yeah, I guess maybe Dungeon Meshi. I just don't care. I just don't. It's like if I was about to watch an anime, I would go and try to catch up on fucking Attack on Titan because I haven't watched that in a while and I don't know where it's at in the series at the moment. My partner wants me to read this DN Angel, which he was like, I read this when I was very young, when I was a young boy. He picked these up at a used bookstore recently. So this is the next thing that I'm going to read, I guess. Apparently it'll only take me like 10 minutes. Lux, which Ren Fair event you going to? The multiverse theme looks hilarious. I think we're going on the clown weekend, whichever one that is. It's not like, I never look at the themes for the weekends. You know, at my home Renaissance Festival, there would be different themes each weekend. And I think there was only 1 year where I gave a shit because one of the weekends was like the Halloween themed weekend. And so I dressed like in a black and red version of the same costume that I had been wearing. But for the most part, I don't even notice that stuff. I'm not really sure how, but also keeping in mind that I don't really do a lot of the typical Ren Fair events. Cause like I've worked at the same Ren Fair for my entire life. So when I was there, I was not doing the joust. I didn't give a shit about the joust. I don't care about any of these like stage events for the most part because I'm just there to like work and enjoy my friends and hang out and blah, blah, blah. At this new one, it might make more of a difference if it's like, ooh, this particular theme is like woodland creatures. Then I don't know, does that change like what events are going on? I'm not going to calibrate how I'm dressing to whatever the theme is for the weekend. Lux is an anime heretic. How am I an anime heretic? Because I haven't seen Dungeon Meshi and I don't particularly care? The Gambasan under the chainmail on a hot day sucks. Yes, absolutely. I really think if I were to wear chainmail, it would be more as an accent piece and not as like I'm wearing a full chainmail shirt. So like jewelry or like a gauntlet of some kind. I don't know. I'm an anime pariah? Oh no. Weekend 4 is time travel and galactic quests. That's fun. That's fun. I was initially like, let's try to go at the first weekend. And then I saw that it was going to be fucking 93 degrees this weekend. And I was like, thank Christ, they're already sold out. To be fair, Dungeon Meshi is probably one of the very few anime I would recommend to pretty much anyone. It is really fantastic. Okay. I wore full iron chainmail for stage combat before. That shit is not light. Why? Why would they put you in real iron chainmail for stage combat? That's crazy. Although, of course, nowadays you have like 3D printed options and other lightweight options. So clearly there's, for stage purposes, I wouldn't really see a lot of value in doing authentic chainmail. We've got people saying I need to watch frickin and Violet Evergarden. Is that the same person in YouTube chat? Violet Evergarden. I don't really watch anime, you guys. This was in the days before 3D printing. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Next weekend already called for. Ah, rip. Rip, 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 rip. It is supposed to be beautiful next weekend, though, I heard. Okay, what's frickin? Frickin? We were also, yeah, if you wear real armor, you can hit each other harder. That's fair. That's fair. Frickin and Violet Evergarden. Okay. I'd like to make a chainmail shirt, breastplate, and a scale armor corset. Holy crap. That's gonna be time consuming. But probably worth it. And then you don't have to pay someone $3,000 to make you those things. I wish I could wear armor. I overheat too easily. I wish I could even wear leather armor. I can't. Free Rent is probably one of the more essential viewings I would recommend. It's really good for a newer anime. Okay, good to know. Robert says Frieren is feeling cold in German. Okay. Oh, I don't have Netflix anymore, so if you guys are recommending me anything that's on Netflix, I don't have it. Although I do have Hulu, which is, as far as I know, that's where Attack on Titan was most recently. So I can go back. I got the Hulu, Disney Plus, HBO combo thing. Okay, so is anybody here an HBO subscriber and you're trying to figure out how to handle the whole them doing a fucking Harry Potter show? Like, I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna just go ahead and cancel it for like a few weeks or something. I don't know. It's like, I still want to be able to watch the primetime television that's on HBO, but I do want to make some kind of a statement about, like, I am really pissed off that you're giving more money to this person and I don't know anything about downloading TV shows. Dude, I saw like a YouTube short or a TikTok or something this week of a guy saying girls, they have all of their needs covered. Like, women have all of their needs covered. They don't need you as a man, but all women they don't know anything about how to pirate TV. So that's where you come in as a man, is like, she wants to watch this, the first season of some show that isn't streaming anywhere, and you download it, but what you do is you only get the first episode. So then she has to come back and ask you to get the second episode, and she starts to associate you with the positive show that she wants to watch. And like, that's the one niche that you can fill as a man, because women don't know how to pirate. It's like, I don't know if any of this is true, but it was just a joke. I think it was just a skit. He was basically saying, like, my needs are covered since when? I mean, it's kind of like this. There's an emerging genre of like men online talking about how women don't need them anymore. You know, there's that French guy. We watched that video from that French guy who was like, what did he say? Like, she's already got her evening planned. She doesn't, you know, she's already halfway to her destination vacation while you're in the middle of composing your good morning text. It's just like funny. It's this whole genre of, it's kind of in response to this women independence thing where women are like, yo, we just don't want to deal with bullshit. Like, women are saying they don't want to deal with the annoying bullshit of dating a man. And if they are financially independent, then there is a higher threshold for men to enter their spaces. Like, what did that French guy say? He was like, she doesn't have to listen to a man breathe. And it cracked me up. Because, yeah, it's like, I think that men culturally for such a long time have been able to rely on being the financial provider as like their main source of value in a relationship or their main purpose in a relationship. But when you have, it's like, okay, well, women have decent paying jobs now, and it's not worth having your additional income if she also has to deal with a bunch of your bullshit when she could just support herself and maybe even be struggling a little bit financially, but like not having to listen to a man breathe, you know, being able to schedule her 3-hour bubble bath and 12-step skincare routine. And so kind of in response to this, culturally, women are feeling comfortable being independent or feeling comfortable being single. And so you've got this comedic angle that men are hitting now, where it's like, yeah, men, you got to make yourself valuable in some way, jokingly. And yeah, one of those being apparently that men know how to torrent things. They announced the cast for Harry, Ron, and Hermione last week at HBO. I feel so sorry for those kids. They have no idea what they're getting into, and I think their parents deserve nothing but scorn. Totally. I think it's deeply irresponsible of all parties involved, aside from the children. You know, they're minors. They're just like, this is such a great opportunity, my breakout role. I keep seeing stuff. I don't know. I just keep seeing a lot of conversation around, can you still enjoy Harry Potter? And I know everybody is mad at me about it because the way that I said this before was like kind of scornful, I guess. But it's like, grow up. Grow up. Find something else. Find something that wasn't something that you read when you were 10 years old. Develop a personality that's more interesting than fucking Harry Potter. If I see Gryffindor in your bio, I'm just going to block you because you're fucking the most boring person I've ever seen. Andy says, I was thinking about adding HBO, but I decided against it specifically because of JKR. Yeah, totally. Imagine having to be a decent person to interest women. True. Sounds exhausting. Yeah, read a different book. Try a different book. And like, to be honest, I do kind of feel like the childishness is part of the problem. And there were a lot of people who were like, this is such an anti-autistic sentiment. You can't control what your special interests are. Lots of people who have anxiety return to childish content as a means of comforting themselves. And to that, I still mostly say, grow up. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I understand the desire for escapism, but like, the difference is that there is a difference between like having a comfort show or even having a special interest versus like making it your entire fucking personality, where you're like, oh no, it's impossible for me to not spend $2,000 to go to Universal Studios and give JKR a bunch of money. Like, I'm gonna kill myself. Like, okay, maybe you should. Joking. Joking. Like, if you can't get your Harry Potter fix because you're suicidal. Oh no. It's my only coping mechanism. I'm just like, yeah. Anyway. I'm never turning on Star Trek. No, yeah, totally. I don't mind that. I mean, like, it's very specifically the Harry Potter thing. I think if someone had like a super special interest in like Care Bears, if like I'm ignoring the whole Disney adult thing for a second. Let's just focus on something that's like for children. If someone was like, I'm wearing Care Bear t-shirts. I have Care Bears in my profile picture. I am referencing it in my bio. I would be kind of weirded out by that person. I think that so like part of it for me is like, yes, why are you as an adult making your entire personality this children's thing? It's kind of creepy. I don't know. Excuse me. Yeah, the trick is to be too broke to be able to afford any of that sweet J.K. Rowling merch. Fair enough. We need a conversion therapy facility for Harry Potter addicts. Maybe. Leoland, hello. Welcome to the YouTube chat. I've definitely hit a little bit of like a... I made like a really egregious joke and I don't know where to go from here. What else have we got today? Should I have music while we stream? It only just occurred to me recently. You gotta watch for those. Yeah. I just made a really fucked up joke and now I'm like, I don't know what to say now. I do still think it was funny. Make another one. Yeah. Make more and more fucked up jokes until the end of the stream. Just get my channel absolutely nuked. Yeah, let's talk about the Roman Empire. True. What's up, deleted? Are you gonna just make that one comment and then leave? Or are you actually gonna chill and hang out for a little bit? I respect your patience waiting an entire minute after subscribing to make that comment. Are you gonna hang around? Are you gonna have a conversation? Because this happens sometimes where people just come in and they say one thing and then they leave and it's like, well, that was kind of disappointing. Tomorrow, if I can make it to your debate thingy, I'm going to play the role of a TERF. I'm going to specifically tell our call screener to be aware that someone might be pretending to be a TERF. I fucking hate it when people call in disingenuously. I know someone who does a podcast that I was on, and she tried to call in pretending to be a chud, and we just like, Arden just like hung up before that person could even reveal that they were actually someone who knows me and they were just trying to shoot the shit. Like they were just trying to joke about something. I'm like, that is not, that's like, this is the most professional thing I do right now is to be a co-host on the line. So don't call in pretending to have opinions that you don't. Like if you don't have a legitimate complaint with us, then don't call in. Deleted, are you leave? You left? You came in and you said one thing and then you left? Vosh had to stop doing call-in debates because everyone was faking for clout. Yeah, like it's really uncomfortable. I don't like it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the 1 minute wait. I know. I respect your patience for waiting an entire minute to say, can you explain what you mean? Because what you okay, I just want everybody to know. Deleted in the YouTube chat said, I'm sorry you was born not liking yourself. Must be painful not being comfortable in your own skin. Can you explain what you mean by that? I appreciate you being concerned for me. That, you know, it feels good when people they have real legitimate concerns for your well-being and they really want you to be happy. You know, I really appreciate that. For sure. Autistically loving kids shows is fine. Taking issue against that is just hollow, judgmental BS. The issue is that Harry Potter funds are genocide. I mean, it's more than just that Harry Potter funds are genocide. It's also that it's like objectively bad and hateful. But like, yeah, I'm just thinking like, how do I feel about these things? If it were something else, if someone was like Harry Potter, Harry Potter's in their bio, they're like, I'm a Gryffindor or I'm a Hufflepuff. I have a bunch of Hufflepuff merch. I have a friend at Ren Fair who is so into Harry Potter and so involved in her identity as a Hufflepuff. Is it Hufflepuffs that have the badger? Yeah, because Ravenclaw is like a crow. So my friend, I have a badger skin that I like to wear. And she would like not hug me when I was wearing my badger skin because of her being a Hufflepuff. And I'm just like, you're creepy. Like, you're weird. You're creepy. You are making things uncomfortable by being so obsessed with with children's media that you won't even like hug your friend. It wasn't because she didn't like fur, because she has her own beaver that she would wear. It was specifically because it was a badger. And I'm like, you're like, it's creepy. I find it creepy. If someone was super obsessed, like, I think it falls into the similar genre of like weird dudes who were super into My Little Pony. It's like, why are you as an adult so into this kids show? It's really weird. I don't know. Drea, thank you for 3 gifted tier 2 subscriptions. That's awesome. Is it going to show up and tell me who got them? Okay, Pink Closet Nasty and Gayfesh have all received tier 2 subs. Thank you so much. That's very generous. Paying for me to go to the Renaissance Festival, basically. Thank you. I'm guessing you're a transgender person. I'm not a transgender person and don't know the feelings of not feeling I was born right. This must be tough. I'm sorry you feel the need to change how you were born. So I'm really curious. Like, this is very interesting because when people come in and they're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. It must be hard to be trans. Like, it just comes across like concern trolling. If you don't know what concern trolling is, deleted, you may or may not be participating in it right now. But there's this thing that people do where they're lying about the concern. They're like, oh my God, it must be, it's so crazy that you would feel so bad that you would need to mutilate your body. And it's a false concern. So, and like the way that you're speaking, it kind of makes me feel like maybe this is that same kind of genre of like false concern. Because I have not in any way in the time since you've been here indicated that I am unhappy with myself or that I am unhappy with my life or that I am feeling like existential dread about being trans. I'm very comfortable being trans. And basically all of the negative feelings that I have about it are because other people treat me badly for being trans. I love being trans. I'm quite comfortable with it. So I'm not really sure if you're just being like weird on purpose or if you do genuinely have like I am not familiar with trans people and therefore I am here to learn, which I respect that. I respect when people are here to learn things, Yeah, imagine as a white person going up to a black person and saying, wow, that must be so hard for you. Yeah, it falls into the same category. Okay, PayPal is not PayPaling. Can you tell me? I want to make sure we update this. I haven't gotten to the stream goal in a couple streams, so we now are at $30 out of a total of, the goal is to get to $100 on the stream today. Thank you, Drea. Appreciate that. Okay, there we go. Chat, you're welcome back. Found you. Wait, where was an Aragon stan? Aragon stan? Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, but I don't like make my whole personality around it. I don't have like Dragon Rider in my bio. Like that would be weird. Ugh. Um, I don't know what false concerning is, but I mean, you aren't happy being the gender you were born. That's why you changed it, right? I mean, yeah, I guess so. For some people, it's not so much that they're actively unhappy before, it's that they just find a new form of happiness in the form of transition. So, like, yeah, I don't feel bad about being trans. It's pretty it's pretty good. I like it. Oh my god, Eric says I had a Potterhead legitimately cry and shout at me for saying that the game was anti-Semitic looking and kind of made me feel gross watching them play. Like I'm Jewish and they were saying I'm a POS because of anti-Semitic tropes in a video game making me uncomfortable and not wanting to watch them play. Jesus Christ is like, but also I don't like it when people are like, "Yeah, do you want to hang out and watch me play a video game?" Like, no, not really. Do you want to play a video game together, or do you want to watch a movie together, or like why am I sitting here watching you watch videos, or like sitting here watching you play a video game? Is anyone born with a gender? That's a good question. I wish I could be as comfortable being trans as you. I still struggle with the fact that I'll never just be normal cis. Yeah, I guess maybe it's a little bit different as a non-binary person because I think for trans binary people there is a maybe like a direct ideal thing that you're trying to head toward, whereas I have just had to become comfortable with the fact that there is no gender I am transitioning toward, at least not a coherent gender that has like a set of constructs around it entirely. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that it's never a problem, but I just don't feel bad about it most of the time. And like, do I want surgery? Do I not want surgery? Um, if I had healthcare and just assume that cost wasn't part of it, like, am I willing to go through that recovery? Is the result that I would want worth that level of recovery and everything? Like, I don't know. There are things about it that I'm still not sure of, and whatever. But I came out when I was 15. It's literally been more than half my life that I've known that I was trans, as I'm 31 now. So, yeah, I mean, like maybe I even knew that I was trans when I was like 14. So basically, more than half my life now. And at a certain point, yeah, it's just like other people stress about this a lot more than I do. I check sometimes mentally. I'm like, am I still dysphoric? Or like, I present femme most of the time. Does that mean that I'm a woman? And then I think about it and I'm like, ew, no. Not like, ew, women. I love women. Trust. I just am not one. So Noah says gender is bullshit. And then Mabs says gender is. We make it bullshit. True. Got to develop some genetic engineering so we can be whatever we want. True. I didn't even say that the person who was playing Harry Potter was anti Semitic for playing it or for showing me, just that I was uncomfortable. I was being honest and polite. And legitimately, my 5-year old nephew takes no better than that guy. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the entire premise of the game like that you were suppressing a goblin uprising, and the goblins are very explicitly a second class citizen that are not allowed to have wands and that like are subject to wizard supremacy in that society. It's real fucked up. My thoughts as a trans chick right now are more along the lines of fuck this massive burrito I'm eating is killer rather than god I loathe my existence. Yeah. Do you think there is a god? Great question. No, I don't. It's a great question. Deleted. I don't know if you know, but I am on a call-in show regularly where we talk about like religion and trans issues and stuff. I don't know if maybe you found me from there, but it's a YouTube channel called The Line. The Line, and we have like the show that I'm regularly on there is the Transatlantic Call-In Show. But we have other shows. And if you wanted to have like a more ongoing conversation that's a little bit less one-sided, it's a little bit less one-sided. It's still, I'm still in charge and I can mute people if they try to talk over me or whatever. But like if you wanted to call in and have a longer conversation, that would be fine. I'm going to be on there tomorrow, as a matter of fact. But no, I don't think there is a God. I think that when you are talking about very large statements about what is true in the universe, you need a lot of evidence. So like if we were talking about something like gravity, and like in the sense of like, I'm going to pick up this pen and like drop it, that's evidence for gravity. And then also we can look mathematically at the planets and go, well, these forces are doing something specific. And like, okay, so proof that there is gravity, but there's no proof that there is God. Like if there is a being out there who is all powerful, all knowing, and all loving, where do we see the evidence of that? And I just don't have it. Like there just isn't any. Not compelling enough anyway. There was a whole subplot about Hermione was the only one who cared about house elf rights, and everyone made fun of her for caring because the elves wanted to be slaves. I know, it's so fucked up. The power of mute. Honestly, I think y'all don't use it enough. Yeah, I try not to mute people, especially because a lot of the times they just keep talking over us, and I mean, like that they won't hear us anyway. I don't know. I guess I would have to examine that a little bit more closely. Why am I opposed to muting people? I don't know. It's the entertainment factor. You need a little bit of an argument. You need a little back and forth. You need them to demonstrate that they are rude. When I look at the entire world, this looks like the work of a creator. I mean, I simply don't agree. We have a very thorough knowledge of how amino acids work. So we have an idea of like, okay, well, when life first came into being, it was basically just protein soup. It's hard to believe it all started with mud and rocks just clashing around. I mean, do you legitimately believe that do you legitimately think it's easier to believe that a being at least as complex as we are exists outside of time and space, doesn't have its own culture, has no peers? Like, it's not like there are multiple of them. It's not like there are multiple creators. There's one creator who exists outside of time and space, who we can't measure at all, versus like proteins have a tendency to organize themselves in increasingly complex ways due to environmental pressures. And there's just like so much evidence for evolution. Like there is, okay, so you know how I just said like gravity? There's more evidence for evolution than there is for gravity. This thing that you're like, oh, that's for sure, that's absolutely real. There's no way that you could say that gravity isn't real. We have more evidence for evolution than we do for gravity. Maybe it's not a physical being like us. Have we ever encountered a living being that was not physical? Is there any evidence that beings who are not physical could ever possibly exist? It's easier to believe someone put them there than they came together from mud. I'm telling you this in kindness, deleted. Here, I'm gonna actually bring this up and I'm gonna explain this to you really quick. So there's this theological concept called the God of the Gaps. And if you want to read more about it, you can read more about it here on the Wikipedia. But God of the Gaps is a theological concept. Basically, anytime someone has a gap in scientific understanding or a lack of knowledge of how something happened, there is this idea that like, okay, well, God must have done it. And so in this context, God of the Gaps, God gets smaller and smaller as we explain more and more phenomena. Like, you know what? Ancient Greeks used to believe that gods made storms happen because they didn't understand weather patterns. But then when people came to understand weather patterns, and like the fact that there is a global system that we have, belief in a storm god phased out, and we do not have a belief in a storm god anymore. I leave for an hour and this is what we're doing. I know, Ben. So basically by saying like, I find it difficult to believe that life could have evolved without an intelligent creator. Like basically you're just doing God of the gaps. Like I don't understand it, and therefore there must be like, so do you understand that like the monumental claim that you're making when you say that a God exists? Like I like because you have a hard time believing that proteins organize themselves in a particular way, you then believe that there is a non-physical, all-knowing, powerful creator that created life or guided the creation of life or something. It's like those are dramatically, like one does not allow the other. It is a huge jump in logic to say that there is a God. I feel like I'm watching The Line. All I know is I didn't come together from mud. That's not my fetish. Two. Yeah. I tried to say true and I just missed the R for a second there. I was trying to read while talking at the same time, which is quite challenging. Byron. I mean... I don't want it to have been for nothing. That's the only reason for believing in a hereafter that I can come up with. I guess I just disagree that, like, life is nothing. Like, and I don't mean to cast any aspersions on you, Mabs, but when you say, I don't want everything to have been ultimately for nothing, like, what you're saying is life is nothing. Or that life on its own doesn't have its own intrinsic value, and that life only has value because there's a hereafter. I firmly reject that premise. I think that that is incredibly sad. Like, I think that that's a really depressing way to think of life, that life is not worth meaning. It does not have meaning or value unless there is a hereafter. I find that there is a huge value in life because it is temporal, because it is temporary, because it comes and it goes. So that's just, I just think that that's kind of depressing. Deleted wants to know if I would prefer there to be a God or not if you were given the choice. I mean, I think that the world is fine the way that it is, where there is no God. If there was a God who was all-knowing, all-powerful, and allegedly all-loving, but there are still children dying of AIDS, or there are children being raped to death, which does happen, like, if that being exists and is allowing those things to happen still, that person is detestable. And I hate that person. I would want to overthrow that person. I would want to eliminate that person. I would want to eradicate that being from existence, because that's fucked up. If I had the power to stop children from starving to death, I would. And therefore, if there is a God who has the power to stop that and doesn't stop that, I am morally superior to that being. Like, I am a more moral person than God. So, like, I don't actually think that the universe would be a better place if there was a God, unless that God was taking a bunch of interventional actions and preventing children from starving to death. Like, maybe. Viren says, the Christian God originally was a storm god, apparently, just eventually morphed because weather was so important to society that worship of that one became dominant. Totally, yeah, I mean, it's why, like, a sun god will sometimes end up coming out and being supreme, even when other god figures kind of start to fall away. My question is, if you were to die and hypothetically were given the choice to be greeted by a creator, or on the other hand, see and feel nothing and just die, what would you rather, given the choice? I mean, I've already been dead before, and it wasn't particularly memorable. And so that's how I feel about, like, dying eventually, is like, it's just gonna be what I was before I was alive, which is to say, like, not my problem anymore. I'm completely comfortable with just being like, I'm gone now. paradox with that scenario that God is all powerful. However, lets evil take place, then he is forcing a human's hand and removing your freedom to make our own decision. I mean, I'm not saying necessarily that God goes into your brain lobotomy style and changes you from doing bad things to doing good things. But he could make more miracles happen that would reduce harm. Like if we had more miracles from God that were like, oh, wow, this crop is suddenly producing like way more. And now those children don't need to starve because there is adequate resources for them. But also, if he is an all-powerful God, then I don't see why there would be an ethical concern with removing freedom and free will in order to reduce suffering overall. Because basically, what you're presenting there is a scenario where humans having free will is more important than humans not suffering. And again, if that is the position that God takes, that humans making their own decisions is more important than stopping children from dying, again, I hate that person and I want them to stop existing. But they don't exist, so I don't have to really think about it, which is super great. Can you think about how much agony it would be all the time? And I used to think this way too, of like, if God exists, he made me depressed. Like, if God exists, he made my mom fucked up in a way that she was abusive to me. And like, now I have all these mental issues and trauma. Like, could God like tweak the universe to where like I happen to pick up a winning lottery ticket and now I'm a millionaire and I don't have the daily stresses that I have anymore and I can pay for all the therapy I need? Like, again, if a God exists, that person is evil. Like, God is evil if he exists and can fix things and chooses not to. Stripping free will kind of sounds like a tyrannical ruler to me. But yeah, that is what God would be. Even without stripping free will. But like, there's so many movies about like this come to Jesus moment, of like, I shouldn't be harming people, you know, oh my gosh, I almost got hit by a car and then I decided to be a better person. Like, I don't know. If God existed, he could be clever enough to guide human behavior in a way that creates more good. You can do it in ways that are like gentle nudges and pushing, and like, yeah, oh, all these crops are suddenly performing really well. And like, you know, the ocean is not rising anymore. I don't know. It's just like fucking really stupid to think that like there's a guy who could stop these things and is choosing not to. This was a fun way to go and stream. Sun worship makes so much sense that if intelligent life exists elsewhere and develops superstition, it would be bizarre if they didn't have sun gods. True. True. I agree with that. Eric says, God hasn't even always been seen as loving or even intelligent in all of history in Abrahamic religions. Many times he was seen as flawed like we are, stupid and hateful like we are. Yeah. To God, he sees no evil, only us as humans can quantify the action. Okay, that makes God evil. Like, if you can witness suffering and death and you don't see that as a problem, you are evil. There's this conversation that we have deleted where, like, right now, in this world where things are happening, and like, let's just even ignore the God thing, okay? On the human level, if you see bad things happening, like let's say there's a particular county in the state of California where the police are known to tase people during arrests so much that they die. Like, they tase people until they have a heart attack and then they die in the street in the middle of the day and they haven't been charged for a crime or anything. And they weren't even necessarily being violent. So if we, as people, if we look at that and we say like, oh, that doesn't matter, or like, we don't care about that, that's called like taking the side of the oppressor. If you're like, if you go, well, I don't have a political opinion about that. then you are enabling evil, and then you are evil by a transitive property. So that's just, I mean, like, I don't judge God by different standards. If you are like, everything is fine, I don't care about suffering, then like, you're an evil person. I don't know. It's like not complicated to me. Ooh, this is a good choice. Nuvenal says, allowing someone to be kidnapped or killed is a much worse imposition on their free will than it would be to stop someone else from doing that. That is a great point. Love that. Rain says, I'm in favor of ignoring religious fucks at the moment. Helping them realize their belief systems are 10 level IQ is tiresome. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not saying it's how I want to spend my time on a regular basis, but if it happens occasionally, then, you know, I'll entertain it for a little while. I will occasionally entertain trolls. I don't necessarily think that this person is actually a troll, but I'm just saying sometimes it's fun to entertain trolls in the YouTube chat. You know, they're always in the YouTube chat too. What is wrong with YouTube chat? Is the redheaded stepchild? I'm interested in learning more about Wiccanism, tarots, and zodiacs. Ooh, that reminds me. Let's do a one tarot card just real quick, just for funsies. Don't go away if you've been enjoying this religious conversation. I'm just going to do one quick tarot card pull. I just want to know. Later, Drea. Have a good night. Thank you for donating. Have fun at the Ren Fair if you decide to go. I've heard about a dead internet theory. What if the same is true with God? Like, he laid the foundation for Earth to support life, gave us some simple ground rules to help each other prosper, and that's all. What is the point of believing that? Can you explain to me what would be the point in believing that? Is it just because you find it hard to believe that life could have spontaneously arisen on its own? Like, because I think that that's a shitty reason to believe in God. Literally, again, it's just God of the gaps. You are just doing the medieval thing where you worship a storm god and you worship a sea god because you don't understand how the tide works. I've never read or touched a Bible in my life, so I have no clue what any of that conversation is. That's fun. Maybe there doesn't need a point. No, but like, okay, so here's the thing. And here's where I differ with a lot of people. I think you do have to have a good reason for believing things. Like, you need a good reason to believe things. You have, like, there needs to be like like, you need a rationale or you need evidence or something. But like, if you just believe stuff because you feel like it, I do not respect you. What benefit is it to say there is nothing after death and no other beings exist outside of us? The benefit there is that we will actually work hard to make life better. If we accept the truth that there is nothing after death, then life has more value. You know that, like, these Christians who believe in the rapture are like destroying our environment and letting children starve and, like, in fact, stripping funding from school lunch programs and stuff because they believe in the rapture, versus me, a humanist who believes that this is the only chance we get and we need to make it count and we need to be good to each other. Dude, I don't know if any of you remember, but like when the God, there are so many mass shootings in this country that it's hard to the Sandy Hook, that's what I was trying to think of. The Sandy Hook mass shooting, where it's a bunch of elementary school kids. There were a bunch of Christians out there saying, well, at least they're with Jesus now. And it's like, no. You don't get to make it, oh, it's okay because they're with God now. No. This was nothing but an unmitigated disaster. Nothing but an unmitigated tragedy. Where's the rationale for just appearing out of nowhere? So I'm going to be clear here, Deleted. I believe in evolution because of the fucking mountain of evidence. And we can see that proteins organize themselves in certain ways. Like, that's how a vegan can get the correct nutrition, is by eating different kinds of protein, which then combine into complete protein chains. that normally you would get from eating meat. So we can see objectively that proteins organize themselves, and we can also witness evolution happening with things like insects, where we can witness mutations and changes occurring in real time with shorter lived insects. And so, yeah, I don't just believe what I believe for no reason. Okay, I'm going to pull this top card. What is it? It's the Four of Coins. Let's do a quick little, who is this for today? I'm saying that you need to have a reason for why you believe what you believe. If you believe God exists, I think you need to have a good reason for believing that, because I think that you should have a good reason for believing everything that you believe. I have good reasons for believing in evolution. I'm saying if you believe in God, then, like, why do you believe in God? Oh, dinner time sneaks up on you. Yeah, it does. Okay, what's this? Four of Coins. So the Four of Coins presented itself to me in the reverse position, but I'll read it both ways in case someone out there needs it either way. Four of Coins in the upright position indicates a desire for stability and control. You have not been as intentional as you had hoped, and you feel inclined to scale back your spending to conserve your resources. Though you are in a good place, the primary motivator for your fiscal behavior seems to be fear. This suggests miserly habits. You are neglecting opportunities to invest in things that will bring you joy. You may be keeping your best assets locked away from the world. And in the reverse, your relationship with money is unstable. The reversed Four of Coins points to a pattern of fiscal irresponsibility that you have not fully examined. You have not yet built a reliable foundation for yourself, yet you may be putting your resources into frivolous things that may not feel altogether satisfying in the long run. This is reminding me of the Futurama evolution debate bit. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen that. All right. Get the one card pull. Occasionally you need a one card pull. Please tell me you don't believe in tarot and just find it entertaining. I personally think that tarot is a great way to help you figure out what you already feel. Similarly to flipping a coin, you discover in the moment that the coin lands what you want it to be. So it helps you clarify things. I'm sitting here talking about how I'm a hardline atheist. Of course I don't fucking believe in tarot magic. Of course I don't believe in tarot magic. I don't know why, but there's that song. So there's that song. Somebody just said Rambutan. Furries evolved from Rambutan. My brain is like, oh, Black Betty, Rambutan. Oh, Black Betty, Rambutan. I know that that's not the words, but that is how I hear it. It seems weird that tarot cards would specifically call out money. So in this deck, at least, I don't know if this is true of most tarot decks, because I only have one. Silent got this for me. In this tarot deck, the four minor arcana all refer to different things. So there's like the coins arcana. So Four of Coins is the card that we just drew. And that the whole coins minor arcana, the like 14 cards in that arcana, are referring to material things. Okay, hold on. Where is it? Okay, yeah. So in this deck, the Chalice's arcana is primarily concerned with emotions and relationships. The Swords arcana deals with intellect, matters of the mind, etc. The coins deals with material resources like the earth, money, livelihood, and wealth. And the wands arcana represents passion, energy, and creative motivation. So that's why it specifically called out money, is like because typically you're supposed to draw like 3 or more cards and they kind of talk to each other. They relate to each other. Hi, Shakespeare. Yes, we are still going. You just made me believe in it, though. No! Oh, no. What would that mean in the moneyless communist utopia we all dream of? Yeah, that's a good question. I guess, I mean, in all situations, tarot means what you bring to it. Like, the meaning is whatever you bring to it. So, you, it would just have to do with your material. Like, maybe you're not exerting effort on something that you could be doing effort. I don't know. Hey, Lux, do you believe in free will? I mean, can you define what you mean by free will? I am the worst. Just a moment of like deep self-awareness that I am the worst. Can you tell me what you mean when you say free will? So that I can tell you if I believe it exists? People mean different things sometimes. Do you believe Jesus was on Earth at one point? I mean, I think that even Christian theologians who are very deep in their study of that issue can disagree. Like people who go to school, like they go to theology school, they get a degree in this. There are like professionals who don't agree that Jesus was actually alive. So like, I don't really care. I don't have a strong opinion. It doesn't really matter to me. I went to high school with Jesus. He was a cool dude. Yeah, I knew some Jesuses in my time. I grew up in Kansas City. There was a lot of Puerto Ricans and Mexicans. Once snuck a beer onto the school bus. Yeah. Jesus was a cool guy. Shakespeare says, there is no free will. There is only hormones. Yeah. I know the dragon declaring magic isn't real. No hope. No hope. Was that LOL no directed at my question to you, Fat Jesus? Like, hey, Lex, do you believe in free will? Can you define it? LOL no. Oh, that's funny. There's a place in Japan where they claim it's where the tomb of Christ lay. How? Like, how? How? Yeah, that is much like saying the Garden of Eden was in Missouri. Shout out to the fucking Mormons. I never took Spanish in high school. I regret it a little bit. Now I have a bunch of French clanging around up there uselessly. Cringe. Yeah, feet, wine, a 3-day hangover. Living that Christ-like life. True. Eric says, when I light Shabbat candles, I just like doing it. I find benefits in my mental health to do the weekly rituals. Gives me time to think. Doesn't mean I believe there is literally a God who cares. Yeah, I think that ritual, in the sense of like repetitive behaviors, I think that they are very helpful to people. They're very useful. They are highly impactful on your mental health. I think it's a good thing. I'd like to think Jesus was real, but IDK, if he's as big of a jerk as evangelicals make him out to be, I guess. Dude, if Jesus was a real dude, and the things in the Bible are true about him. He hung out with sex workers. He hated businessmen. He didn't like taxes. Um, he thought if you were lusting after someone, then you should pluck out your own eye. Like that's a you problem. I don't know if it was Jesus specifically, but I know that the Bible tells you like basically it's like you're a fake ass person if you're praying in public and you're making a whole fucking business practically out of it. So like Jesus would have been a communist. Jesus, if he existed, was a communist Jew. He was a cool guy. He literally said rich people weren't going to heaven. Fucking true. I still want to have an altar dedicated to meditative habits and things that spark joy and good memories. Yes, I really need to finish. Like, I've been here for like 4 months and I still haven't finished setting up my office completely. So I have like a bunch of stuff on the thing that I was using as my altar. So I don't presently have an altar. Sad. Fat Jesus says, I don't believe in free will. I mean, we are all subject to so many influences that it is hard to determine sometimes it's hard to determine where your own behaviors are coming from. Like recently, I have been thinking some toxic shit about my partner, and why? And why did it take me like a month to break out of that? Like why was it almost 2 months of me like hating the shit out of my partner? Like, isn't fat Jesus just Buddha? True. What is our purpose as humans, if any? Well, okay, so humans are a keystone species where we reinforce and create habitat for other species. We have a very important role in maintaining and supporting our habitats in the same way that beavers are a keystone species, because when they build dams, that creates a certain kind of habitat in the area. It retains water in the soil and it creates habitat that many other creatures enjoy. Our purpose as humans is as a keystone species to maintain our habitat. Yeah, I like that fact. I like the fact that humans are a keystone species. Rain Raven, I love you. And I say this with love. Calm down. Like, take it easy. It's not that deep. That is all I have to say to that. Like, it's not that deep. It's okay. It's okay. I promise it's okay. Too many people I know actually buy into the magical aspects. Yeah, no, none of those people are here. Like, I'm really not concerned about propagating. Yeah, like literally every time we talk about tarot, I clarify what its purpose is. Even Jesus poops. It's true. Jesus is the ultimate bottom, the kind of bottom that is the big spoon after. True. We are here to help others or ourselves. I may have misunderstood that. So what a keystone species is, deleted. A keystone species is a species that is a huge impact on other species in a specific way. So like I use beavers as the example because it's a really obvious example, although there are many other keystone species. So like a beaver, let's say they live in a forest. They live in a creek or a river in the forest, and they build dams. And so that stops water from flowing out and means that water is being retained. And that means that the plants in that area can grow more because there's more water available, which means that bugs and animals that eat plants have a place to live and eat. And if there's enough plants, then the rabbits have a place to hide. And if there's a high enough population of rabbits, then that means that the coyotes are going to eat well. So a keystone species is a species that impacts its habitat in a way that creates a benefit to other species. So humans, like if you want to say what is our purpose as humans, we are a keystone species. We have the ability to manage our environment in a way that creates habitat for other species. We also have the ability to destroy habitat for species, which is why I think that we should be a lot more conscientious about our role as a keystone species. But that's me getting into my environmental rant. Comic Fantasy came out as non-binary to a family member. Yes, I hope it went well. I'm celebrating for you because I hope that it went well. The presence of wolves can change the course of rivers over time. Hell yeah, absolutely. There's a higher chance of tarot being right over Jesus actually existing. Fair. Why are humans so intelligent but others aren't given the same starting points? Because evolution doesn't have an end point that it is driving toward. No one is controlling evolution to create intelligence. If we started as fish through theory of evolutions, why did we advance so much further? Evolutionary pressure. I mean, do you need me to do a 101 on the theory of evolution? Like, you might do better if you just like go to like a class that can explain it to you, if you really have such a dearth of knowledge in this area. Like, I'm not a biologist. I know several biologists. I could call one of them if that would help you. Like, human beings have evolved intelligence because using tools is a good way to get more food. And like, we also weren't the only species that were intelligent. If your question is why are human beings the primary intelligent apes on our planet, it's because the other apes that, like Neanderthals, for example, they just happened to have really inefficient metabolisms. And so they burned more calories than they could reasonably find to eat. And that's why human beings ended up being like the primary sapient species, because of our metabolism. Evolutionary pressure. Like, fish are very well evolved for their... I mean, like, do you know why we even are on the land? It's because there was a lot of competition for food in the water, and so some of our ancestors... Ooh, actually, I have a book for this. Our ancestor, the Tiktaalik, started to develop some tiny little bones in his hand, and he could drag himself up onto the shore to get access to food that was on the shore. So this is how we evolved to be on the shore. Evolutionary pressures, such as how much food is available, and there's not really as much competition for food on the land. So like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, he fishy boy. I know Tiktaalik. He's so cute. Look at him. I love that I have this book. I didn't finish reading it. I started reading it when I was a teenager and I never finished. Put that back where it goes. Oh, that ancestor goes by they, them pronouns. My bad. I messed up. I goofed. I misgendered the fish. I love the keystone species discussion. Alligators, crocodiles, and hippos are some very intense ones. Essentially an animal that has a disproportionate effect on its environment. Yes, absolutely. I will say, if you do feel like talking to a biologist about this, you should call Skep Talk on Mondays on the line, because, Forrest Valkai is a biologist and he's happy to explain these things. Is it true to say some species are more evolved or less evolved than others? No, because we have all been evolving for the same amount of time. The creatures who we view as less evolved, as in like less intelligent or less capable of using tools, they are perfectly evolved to suit their environment. Fish are perfectly evolved to swim in the water and eat things in the water and poop things that are nutritious so that the plants in the underwater have something to eat too. Every animal on Earth is as evolved as every other animal on Earth. Fun fact. We can explain the characteristics of gravity and measure its effects, however, still can't explain why mass attracts. Yeah, I mean, if you're asking a why question when it's mostly a how answer, you are going to be disappointed. If you really are trying to get to a place of like, why does mass attract mass? Like, because that's a fact about how the universe works. Just like it's a fact that like there's a certain number of valence electrons in any given element. Like it just because sometimes the answer is because. I don't know. Why are we the only animal that questions our existence though? How do you know that? You know that orcas are like the structures in an orca's brain and the size of an orca's brain suggests that they are more intelligent than we are, and they have language. They even have dialectical language. Like these orcas speak this language, and these orcas speak this language, and they form like complex social arrangements. How do you know that other animals aren't questioning their existence? That seems really arrogant, actually. Orca supremacy, true! I really truly believe that orcas have the power to and should rule this planet. And like the thing is too that the parts of their brain that are more complex includes the emotional part of their brain. So it's entirely possible that orcas have a deeper ability to be empathetic than we do. Like that they have a greater capacity for compassion and empathy than we do because their brains are different. Have you heard my orca fish hat theory? I think you've talked about it before. I know that there was a time in like the 70s where a certain pod of orcas were all carrying dead fish around on their heads, wearing them like hats, and that recently that behavior has reemerged. But I can't remember what you've said about it. Apparently orcas do have complex tonal dialects. They are the hottest, best whale, and defo way smarter. Yeah. Eric says, orcas can do human stuff better than us when given modified tools, like games on tablets, and then they can do fucking orca shit. They can think of more stuff at once than us. Yeah, it's so cool. They're so cool. I love orcas so much, my autism is like off the charts right now. Yeah, we've triggered Eric's special interest in the chat. Some people not nice here. So far nobody has been like particularly unkind to you. Deleted. I mean, like, to be clear, like, you have already stated that you're just here to play devil's advocate and ask questions, which is antisocial behavior. If that is true, if you're asking these questions just for the purpose of, like, asking questions, that is antisocial behavior. I know that nobody's probably ever told you that before. This is not socially salubrious. It's just kind of irritating. I enjoy sometimes answering questions, and I've used your presence here as a kickoff to talk about things that I do find interesting. But what you're doing is antisocial behavior. Gayfesh says, my completely unsubstantiated headcanon is that the wearing of the dead fish on their heads is a ceremonial garb. Like the pod matriarch is getting on in years, and she's like, daughter, it is time. Put on the ceremonial salmon. Yeah, they're passing the torch. It's like, yeah, like a special, like a chief's headdress or something for a Native American tribe. I've managed to start multiple conversations in both chats. Okay, so let me explain to you what antisocial behavior means. It doesn't mean that no one is going to react to you. It means that, and so you've just said, why are people so upset? Like, why are people being mean or rude or whatever? It's because what you're doing is rude. Like, what you're doing is annoying and rude. And that's what I mean by antisocial. Like, you're disrupting a social space where we usually don't talk about these things. And I'm entertaining it because I'm entertained, but people in chat find you annoying because this is annoying behavior. And like, again, I know no one has ever explained that to you. This is antisocial behavior. If you ask questions that are genuine, like you're genuinely curious and you genuinely don't know something, that's different than just asking questions for the sake of poking someone. Like, hey, will you tell me what you think about this? Like, hey, answer my question. Hey, poke, poke, poke. Like, that is how people interpret what you're doing right now. And you maybe are familiar, or maybe not, with like what jacking off, just asking questions, JAQ. It's like a pattern of behavior where you're just asking questions and you're saying like, oh, whatever, like I should be allowed to ask questions. But really what the underlying kind of implication is that you're doing it to be antagonistic. I'm assuming the dolphins are just trolling us. Yes, they should. Did anyone hear the new Titan submersible audio? No, I didn't hear. Wait, what? They have recording of the surface ship listening to the sub implode and being like, huh, what was that? Oh no! Oh wow, that's cringe. I hadn't seen that. I'm genuinely just asking questions to see thoughts. Yeah, but that is antisocial behavior. Like, what I'm telling you is that, like, even if you are well-intentioned, it is behavior that other people find disingenuous and irritating. Yeah, fucking true. Asking questions is how Adam and Eve got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. There are only about half a dozen or so orcapods in the world, all with their own unique culture. The males have to travel the entire ocean to a group that doesn't speak the same language to get laid. True story. Imagine, like, yeah, imagine like you can only ever have sex with someone who does not speak the same language as you. That's what orcas are out here dealing with. Yes, thank you, Gayfesh, for explaining this to Deleted, because apparently I'm not doing a very good job of explaining myself. Coming into a community that you have not established yourself in, like you're new here today, not getting a feel for the community, and immediately jumping into what is functionally a form of debate is antisocial behavior. I haven't debated anything. No, that is what you're doing. When I say there's no good reason to believe in God, and you're like, well, I believe in God because I have a hard time believing that evolution happened without being guided by a creator. Like, this is a debate. Eric's like, as I said, they are the hottest whales. Like, they are so hot that speaking a different language is a pro. Yeah. I mean, listen, I feel pretty confident that when my mom visited Italy when I was younger, I'm pretty sure that she hooked up with an Italian man who barely spoke English. Like, there is, for Americans at least, there is appeal with like just having straight up like sexual energy with someone who you can't really speak to. Like, it's definitely a thing. Can I ask what you think your intentions are here, Deleted? Like, you've entered a community that you didn't know anything about, except that you think that I'm trans. And when I didn't pick up what you were putting down around like asking me questions about being trans and the concern trolling that you came in with of like, ooh, you know, it must be so hard to be to be uncomfortable with your body, like so much that you want to change it, like you've now switched to something else. So like from the very beginning, you have just seemed like kind of a jerk. And if you don't want to come across as a jerk, like I'm telling you that you're coming across as a jerk so that you can choose to make different decisions if you want to make different decisions. If you want to keep doing what you're doing, that's fine. But like you can't then go like, oh my God, why are people annoyed with me? Like, well, because you're being annoying. And I'm explaining to you that it's annoying and you're going like, well, well, I'm just asking questions. It's like basically what you're trying to imply is that it shouldn't be annoying, but it is. Like, I don't know what to tell you. The pods are each family unit, so at least they aren't creepy. Yeah, true. We discovered a new pod of pygmy blue whales in the Indian Ocean that had just been hiding from us. 200 whales that are over 200 feet long hiding from us back in 2022. That's awesome. I have never taken a stance. So deleted, that's like kind of the problem though. In a way, is like you're just repeatedly asking questions. Like, yes, that is troll behavior. That's literally just asking questions where you're like, well, I'm just asking questions. I think orcas deserve a lot more respect. True. I would really love to visit, because I know that there are some orcapods that live in the Puget Sound, and I would really love to visit there. Dude, deleted. Like, ooh, whatever fits your perception of me, I guess. Like, okay, deleted. I'm gonna be, okay, I'm gonna explain this to you. What you are doing fits into a pattern of behavior that we have seen before. You are engaging in a behavior that is a trolling behavior. So either you are doing that and you don't know that you're doing that, and you're now being educated on the fact that you are doing that, or you know that you're doing it and you're doing it on purpose, and acting ignorant of that is a continuation of your trolling. Because your behavior fits in with a pattern that other people participate in bad faith. If you are participating in good faith, then what I would expect is that you would hear us saying like, this is an inappropriate thing you're doing, where you're shooting a series of questions, not taking a stance on anything, and like you didn't know anything about me before you came here. Oh, so you're squeezing me into the mold of other people you've dealt with before? I'm pretty sure you are a troll. I am pretty sure you are. Because I'm saying your behavior, you're engaging in a pattern of behavior that is a form of trolling. Whatever your intentions are. So if you don't want it to seem like you're just trolling, then you should update your behavior so that you do not fit into an existing pattern of behavior that is antisocial. If I'm telling you you're behaving antisocially and you don't want to be doing that, then the thing that you should do is change your behavior instead of going, oh, well, so you're just accusing me of doing things I'm not doing. Like, okay, if you don't want to be viewed as a troll, then stop doing troll behaviors. Like, yeah, you're being weird either way. Oh. God, I really want to get an email. I'm like staring at my phone about like, I'm trying to get this. I'm like, please email me about this job. I want to do this interview so badly. There's a great viewing spot in San Juan Island in the Puget Sound if you check with the whale watchers to see when they are going by. Ooh, it's just hard to plan because it's like a 4-hour drive to Seattle. I guess you just have to visit the Puget Sound and hope to see them. I don't know. Can you see maybe, so deleted, Gayfesh tried to explain this to you earlier, but like you didn't come in here and go, oh, this is a chill, relaxing hangout time. I'm going to join the conversation that is existing currently. You're like, I'm going to start asking you a bunch of questions that are completely unrelated, and I'm going to continue asking those questions. And like, I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain it to you. If you don't understand why it's antisocial, then like apparently you are not capable of understanding that you are doing something antisocial, or you are deliberately being rude. I don't know, man. I've seen orcas when taking the Bremerton Ferry. Ooh. Did anyone see The Loneliest Whale? No, I don't want to cry. Whenever people try to get with people they can't really understand, it's giving sex tourism, but that might be my own unfavorable bias coming through. No, I don't disagree with that necessarily. It definitely, like, I think that there is something. I'm imagining it like women, because my mom, I think, was probably somebody who would fit into this, where it's like, ooh, I'm going to go to Italy and, you know, ride on the back of a moped with some guy, you know, and like engage in. And like, I'm sure that there's some people who are into it too. I missed a chance to go whale watching as a kid. I desperately didn't want to be out in public at that time. Yeah, that's tough. Byron, I haven't taken a position. Okay, Dr. Peterson, fucking true. What if what if it's a kink for the orcas? They're into the idea of not understanding their mates. I mean, that's kind of what I mean is like there's something sort of erotic about having a physical connection with someone that's powerful enough that you don't even really need to understand each other language wise. Nuvenal, I don't want any feedback on my behavior. Choose to stop being annoyed by me, or that's mean. Yeah. Dude. Oh, Hoot Wheels, hi. Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're doing well. So, like, it's crazy how, like, someone is very directly talking to you, and then you just fucking out of nowhere, do you believe in black holes? How is that related to anything that we've just been discussing? How is that related at all to the topic of you doing some like we're trying to explain to you that you're doing something antisocial and then you just fucking did it again? Absolutely a troll. Absolutely a troll. Thanks for helping me extend the runtime of this stream because I was thinking about stopping at 5 and now it's almost 6. Thank you for that. Thank you for giving me something to talk about. Yeah, I completely understand, Hoot. I'm still working through fucking trauma shit myself. Yes. Enjoy. Have a good night, Nasty. Sleep well. Yeah, Kitty, it is pretty irritating when someone can't accept a direct critique and then they just keep repeating the behavior instead of accepting the critique. How goes the line? It's been going good. I've been really enjoying the thing that we've been doing where at the end of the stream, we have a conversation, or sorry, at the end of the stream, we have a punishment where we have to defend some silly position. I think that Takis is the only show that's been doing that because we were trying to drive up engagement and donations for Takis, and that's been like my favorite thing recently. I'm sorry, did Deleted just tell you, Gayfesh, to kill yourself? Was that just like a real sneaky way of telling my friend to kill himself? Deleted just told Gayfesh that he should visit the event horizon of a black hole. Am I the only person who's interpreting that? Hold on. Hold. So Gayfesh was critiquing Deleted's behavior and then asked if Gayfesh believed in black holes, and Gayfesh said yes. And then deleted just say that you said that you should visit the Event Horizon one. That, wow, that was bold. That was a bold decision. Okay. Gone forever. Yeah, we got a nice 40 minutes out of that troll. A nice 40 minutes of entertainment out of that troll, but he's gone forever now. That's a bridge too far. I think Gayfesh is perfectly capable of being told to KYS. Like, it's not gonna harm Gayfesh in any way. But that was fucking rude. Yeah, it really goes a long way to beating the antisocial allegations. Jesus. Well, that was entertaining for at least a little while. If you stay outside the Event Horizon, you should be fine, but what other interpretation could you take? Yeah, he said, like, you should go to the Event Horizon. You should visit the Event Horizon one of Gayfesh. It's good. I'm like, damn, you just really told my friend to kill himself. All right. Ripperoni pepperoni. Mm-hmm. You really were way nicer than I would have been. You know what's really interesting is that I actually was being really mean the entire time. I know that people don't really understand this, but when I'm mean, I act nice. But that entire time was like, do you need my biologist friend to explain this to you? Like, I was not being nice. I'm sorry. I was being mean the whole time. I'm making nugs and tots if anyone wants any. Ooh. Nuggets and tater tots. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Oh my god, Fesh, you got me. Imagine telling me to KMS as if that's gonna do anything. I tell myself that all the time. You have no power here. Oh no. Oh god. The problem is that you've already been spaghettified before you get anywhere close. Yeah. It's okay, Hoot. I still look at the YouTube chat. I'd like to theoretically visit the Event Horizon if it didn't involve being pulverized into paste or whatever it is that would happen. Yeah. Nugs. Dude, I was so sick yesterday. I was not in the mood to cook dinner. And so I went ahead and I just ate mozzarella sticks for dinner. Which I assume is a pretty similar process to I assume it's a pretty similar process to making nuggets where you just pop them in the oven or the air fryer, whatever. Going to a black hole turns you into, yeah, it turns you into an Italian. That's what happens. Yeah, you get spaghettified and you turn into an Italian. I bought a giant fan and I regret nothing. I feel so refreshed. Do I have one of my... Oh no, I don't know where it is right now. I'm gonna want to find that before the Ren Fair. Where is... Oh no, I'm just realizing I have no idea where my giant fan is. I have a giant fan. I have one of those ones that's like... You know? One of the big ones. And I should have that as like a prop for the show. I don't know where it is. I gotta look for it. If I'm going to Ren Fair anyway, I need to look for all my fair shit. So I need to get all that together like in the next week or so. Oh my god, I love Taco Tuesdays. Not Italian, anything but Italian. Well, you get spaghettified, you know, you get turned into spaghetti. Everything we say about black holes is based on calculations on a non-spinning black hole. Yeah, you know what? I really just try not to think. I mean, it's not really like I try not to think about black holes, but I don't really functionally think about black holes very much because I don't really think about space. Mine is a big electric metal fan on a stand that's basting every part of my body with nice air from the big windows. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, no worries, Hoot. Yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason the website chat doesn't work very well on mobile. It's a known issue that I apparently there's not really a good solution for, or the developer doesn't have time to work on it. I don't develop the website. I just work here. I would rather be spaghetti than caprese or whatever a caper is. Capers are interesting. I think about black holes a lot because I love space. Space is cool. I think I might be reaching like a Sherlock Holmes level of thinking about space where, you know, Watson explains to Sherlock that the sun is is a body that we orbit, and that the planets are also spheres, oblate spheroids. Um, and he's just like, yeah, cool. I'm gonna delete that information from my brain because it is not relevant to any of my, oh my god, investigations. That's the word I was digging for. Yeah, I just think that it's interesting that he's like, I don't care. I don't want to know that. Oh, haven't done Authy yet. Okay, yeah, no worries. No worries. My schedule right now, Hoot, if you haven't been around enough to know my schedule, I stream on Sundays at starting at 11 a.m. Pacific, and then on Wednesdays I start at 2 p.m. Pacific, and then I do Takis on the Thursdays. Obviously, you know about that. So if you want to come back on Sunday, we'll be here. I'm so fat that if I orbited a black hole, I wouldn't spaghettify, I would lasagnefy. Ooh. I don't fill in my gaps with God. I just say, fuck it, I don't need to know. True! Why don't we prioritize, why don't we prioritize just being like, I don't need to know that. So it's not uncommon now at this point where I'll be like scrolling, I'll be scrolling Facebook and I'll start to read something and I kind of don't understand. And then I just kind of stop. I'm like, never mind. I don't want to read this. I don't want to know anything about this. I don't need to know this. That Sherlock thing is funny because there was an episode of the show Sherlock where he proves that someone is lying based on astronomical data. I think he spots a supernova in a photo that proves the date is wrong or something. That is funny. But you wouldn't need to know very much about, like, space. You would just need to know when stuff was happening in the sky, which is different than understanding the details of orbital bodies. You know, like you can say, okay, well, there's a star and it moves in a slightly different way than the other stars. And we would know, like, okay, that's a planet. It's another spheroid that is also orbiting the sun. And that's why it only shows up in these certain ways. So you would just need to know what's going on in the sky as we can see it. You wouldn't really need to understand that the Earth orbits the sun. But it still is. I see your point, though. It is still amusing. This is the thing. TV Sherlock, especially fucking... Oh my god, I'm flailing on the names today. Moffat's Sherlock is just, like, so not faithful to the original content. It's wildly unfaithful. I think about space a lot because I need people to get out of mine. True. I recently was like, oh, I would be a terrible parent. It's a great thing that I have, like, a long-term birth control because I don't want to be touched the overwhelming majority of the time. I'm like, please leave me alone. Stop talking to me. Stop looking at me. The concept of orbits is so basic, it's just a very silly concept. I think it makes more sense when you consider it was written before we'd even discovered Pluto. I think space education now is so much better just because we are actually in space now. Yeah, that's fair. Estelle, thank you for the super chat. 4.99 euros says, or no, not euros. That's pounds. Wait, what? I don't know. Yeah? No, that's pounds. What? I'm terrible at recognizing those symbols. Anyway, 4.99 units, which translates roughly into $6.77 US. I just came out as a black hole to my non-binary stepdog. True. True. It's pounds. Okay, it is pounds. Okay, I can't fucking read. I'm like that one guy. I'm like, Mom, I'm 18 years old and I never learned how to fucking read. I like it when the food talk crossbreeds with the physics talk. Agree. If a non-spinning black hole equals spaghetti, then a spinning black hole equals rotini? Fair. Okay, but the gay Riz is too fancy to deny in Sherlock Lux. You can't stop our love. Listen, if you want gay Riz, go watch the original series of Star Trek. I am incapable of watching it now without seeing the constant, very obvious Spock and Kirk slash. It's there. It's every fucking thing. Every time. If you want to read in a gay relationship to media, go back and watch Star Trek. I know I specifically didn't say Spurk Gayfesh because you said that you don't even think of it as Spurk because you've been around for so long, that Spurk is like a more recent thing. So that was you influencing my choice not to say Spurk. That is great, Hoot. I love that. I love having little reminders that I live in a world more complex than I can comprehend. Like using a static building to observe the moon as it very slowly traveled across the sky felt very moving. I kind of shed a tear from realizing that I'm a tiny little creature on a massive ball of water, soil, and magma. It was awesome. Yes, I think there is so much beauty in knowing that we are tiny little baby ants on the skin of an apple. Yeah, it's quite wonderful. Eric says, okay, I'll be Italian if I can be rotini. That's okay and hot, like orcas. Jesus. I love that we just have somebody in the YouTube chat who's like, yeah, orcas are fucking hot. Like, mad respect for your desire to fuck a fish, dude. Oh no. Spork, I know. Or cock. Some people like to say cock. K-O-C-K, cock. Hmm. The most funny thing is to go back and rewatch the original Star Trek, looking for Kirk's shirt to come off. It was contractual, and sometimes they have to just tear it off almost awkwardly to work it into the episode. Really? Wait, they contractually had to show off Will Shatner's body? Really? Orcas would. True. Cork. Cork. Yeah. They're getting into each other in as many ways as possible in Cork. Oh no. Eric says orcas are too cool to not submit to. Yeah, we're gonna submit.
Oh yeah.
Estelle, why are we swiping at my friend for no reason? I'm like, thank you for the 20 pounds, but why are you shit talking my friend? That's so mean. You should listen to our podcast, I guess. If you think that Gayfesh is an angry little person, you should watch our podcast because it's nothing but like fun times. They would also work the shirt off thing into the early part of the season because Shatner would gain weight by the end of shooting. What? Shatner had it in his contract. Shirt had to come off? Gayfesh says, not sure if it was contractual so much as Gene Roddenberry just really liked naked people. Yeah, I didn't know anything about like Kirk's shirt has to come off. Ah, the hair has to flip sides because it's hot on this side of my head. But we're getting to the end of the stream anyway. This is just about quitting time. It's just about quitting time.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, is that deleted? Is that actually? That's got to be deleted on another account. Are you paying me to shit talk my friend? Because you wouldn't need to do that. I guess you're doing it because you want the message to show up on the screen? Is that why did you just pay me $40? I think you are okay. So Estelle, I'm assuming that Estelle is deleted. Okay, yeah, PayPig straight up. Okay, um, they can donate, but well, they're on a different account. This is a different account. I blocked the deleted account. So is this Estelle.p? Like you didn't need to pay. You could have just commented in the chat. Watch for a chargeback, TBH. Yeah. Deleted. I bet you couldn't pay Luxander $100 to insult me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could. I don't think I could insult my dear friend Gayfesh. Watch for a chargeback, TBH. Yeah. When super chats come in, I don't get those until next month anyway. So if you just paid me $40 to shit talk my friend, like I don't know, if you charge it back, it's like not gonna make any difference to me because I'm already not gonna be expecting it until I get my ad payout in fucking July. Fascinating behavior though. Definitely not beating the accusations that you are a antisocial weirdo. Now people tell me you can get paid to insult people. I mean, yeah. Chat be like, blowhole? Yeah, I would I would blow that hole. True. If you do chargebacks on YouTube donations, Google will ban you. Ooh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this dude, I made a couple hundred trading. What were you trading in? Bitcoin? Like some kind of fucking crypto? Is that the whole premise of stand up? Yeah, that's true. Especially people who work the crowd in stand up. I've seen a lot of that lately where people are like, they're riffing on the crowd. So you're genuinely like coming to a comedy show and paying some guy to like riff on what's going out. Yeah, paying to insult someone. Yeah, my feel when someone isn't receptive to insulting their friends. What? Yeah, this is crazy behavior.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I guess I can't complain if every single chat message you do is going to be a super chat from now on. Like, I guess there's just incentive for me to keep streaming now. Thank you. I'm glad that you got so much out of my conversation with you that you're willing to pay me $60. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, you should definitely check out our podcast and make your views known on our podcast on youtube.com/@gayfesh. This is very interesting. It's giving someone stole their mom's card at this point. I mean, apparently, he did so well in trading that he's willing to keep giving me $60. Like, okay, cool, thank you. Fascinating behavior. Fascinating. Okay, well, I guess, I mean, Estelle, do you have anything else you need to say? Do you have anything else you need to say? Because I'll hang out for another 10 minutes. Whoop. No, listen, for money, it's different. Yeah, it's different. I'm not logging off just this moment in a little bit. Oregon Ren Fair's rock. You would have loved Fairy Worlds too, but sadly it has basically disbanded. Oh, that's rip. Kane, you're on a totally different part of the stream. You're so far back. I missed. I thought you were saying goodbye. I'm like on my way out. It's definitely time for me to be on my way out. I'm just curious if Estelle has any other comments that they want to make. I'll wait. What is Ren Fair and why do I keep hearing about it? Renaissance Festival. They are common in the United States. Or they were the original, the very first one in 1963 was called the Renaissance Pleasure Fair. So I shorten it to Ren Fair instead of saying Renaissance Festival because it's quicker. Yeah, glad you had a fun time, Pink. Absolutely. All right, I guess Estelle is done paying me money to insult my friend, so thanks. I will have to remember that that's who you are next time. But yeah, okay, so I am going to go and have a good rest of my night, and you all have a good rest of your night. I am going to play World of Warcraft and get head pats from my partner. So, all right, that is it from me today. I will see you all on Takis tomorrow. I will be on, so it's at 12 Pacific time tomorrow. And good. Good. What a wonderful show. All right, love y'all.